Just adding some music to the playlist. There we go. It's real and has a hot swappable GPU because everyone wants that. Well, I mean, I know that they did a dating sim, but like, okay, so what actually does the KFC console do? Is it just a PC in a weird fucking case with a chicken heater in it? Or is there something I'm missing about this? I mean, it's just a walking fucking meme, so it's just a fancy PC. Okay, cool. That's all I needed to know. If it's literally just a PC marketing stunt, I get it. But like, if they're trying to like make it a legit console thing, then I don't know. I mean, Atari just made a new console, and you can go buy that. So. Yeah, the Atari VCS, which you can 2020 console Atari VCS, you can go buy that if you really want. I don't think it does any. I think it's literally just like kind of a super duper 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 overpriced Ubuntu based console thing, which comes with a bunch of built-in shit. It's the Ouya 2.0. Actually, I think it's I don't want to be mean, but I think it's better than the Ouya. Not by much, but just by a little bit. Just a little bit. It's a little bit better than an Ouya. You owned an Ouya. Did you kickstart the Ouya, or did you get it like given to you? It just looks like an old Atari console, yeah. The part that gets me is it's literally fucking $299 US, which means it's cheaper. It's more expensive than a Nintendo Switch sometimes, depending on depending on sales. I mean, this thing has a nicer controller than the Ouya, so there is that. Not by much, but it is a nicer controller. For 250 Canadian new back in June? Yeah. No, you can totally get Switches for like under 300. Well, then you didn't get it in Canada because we don't have GameStop in Canada. Like at all. At least I don't think. Unless we do, and that's news to me. I'm pretty sure it's all EB Games over here. Like, is there GameStop in Canada? What the fuck? Is there GameStop in Canada? No, it's just EB Games here. Which is the same company. Electronic Boutique. Much better name. I will give it that. Canadians use Canadian dollars, not American dollars. What kind of question is that? It's just like Australians use Australian dollars. They're still called dollars, but it's our currency, not American currency. Different values. Really? Weird. Aren't GameStop dying? It should be. If it's not. Don't make me ban you, Patchwork. Because that's like saying that New Zealand is part of Australia, and if you want to get killed, tell a Kiwi that they're Australian. So do you want to get banned? Try and tell me that I'm American. Try. I dare you. Because I'll fuck you up. Well, you fucking tell me that I'm American. To be fair, Canada's part of America. I will fuck you up. Don't you fucking try. Fuck you and your fucking continental garbage. Jesus Christ, Americans. You fucking shitlord. You really trying to do that to me? Continental-wise? Fuck off. I will come right at you and break you. There ain't a shred of American in me. Back off with that. Every European is Spanish, basically, yeah. The whole store was packed in boxes and stuff. I haven't been in an EB Games in a very long time. I can be part of Russia. I mean, it's right next to me. Might as well be. But yeah, no, Patchwork. Don't ever call me American. Don't ever say Canada is American. Don't ever say Canadians are American. Don't ever do that to me. It's very mean. It's just like telling somebody who lives in Mexico that technically they're in America because they're on the same continent. They were receiving stock from 20 temporarily closed stores. Oh, I guess this was probably during pandemic stuff, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, I have no idea how well that store or chain is doing. So just think about like how fucking rude it is to tell somebody that, well, technically, you know, it's just like telling someone from Scotland that they're British. It's like, well, technically you're part of the UK. Canadians are humans, and at least I'm very patriotic. Come to gas club. You want to get a broken nose? You want to get beaten up in a bar? That's how to do it. Jeez, Shmeezy knows what's up. You will actually get beat up. Yeah, no, I've banned people from my chat for insisting that I'm American because I live in North America. It's like, technically, yes, I do live on the continent of North America. I ain't even remotely fucking American. Not even remotely. I wouldn't even say that, Orange. Because that would imply that there is American in me. I describe it like this, you know, it's like telling somebody from New Zealand that they're an Aussie. You don't do that. You just don't. It would be like telling somebody from Japan that they're Chinese. You just don't do that. Come on. It's like, well, you're all in Asia. Cool. If you only get beaten up, the national sport is classic. I would love to go to Glasgow. Love to go to that part of the world. No, I'm not entirely certain where Arch lives. I'll be completely honest with you, I've never asked him. Cutest. Which is why you shouldn't call me American. Or try and make sentences sound like, well, actually. So they are immune to that. Wow. That's all. Okay, fine. It's like telling someone from Korea that. But also, wow. That is the most tasteless thing I've read in a Twitch chat in a minute. It's just hilarious to me when people in the States get confused between Canadian dollars and US dollars and then insist, well, you're technically North American. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you. It's very much the American mentality of superiority. There's this cultural problem that I've seen in the States for years, from the point of view of a Canadian, which is, oh, everybody's just American with us. No. And this is, for me personally, has become more and more prevalent over the last 10 years because I disagree with a lot of people in the States. I dislike the politics of a lot of people in the States. I do not agree with the cultural behavior of a lot of places in the States. I don't even want to be associated with my neighbors in a lot of instances. So the association sucks. And when people tell me, oh, you, just because you live north of the border, are by default this person, that fucking hurts. It's bloody insulting. And there's lots of people who are great who live in the US. And there's a lot of people who are great who live in the US who go on about how it sucks. I don't want to be that. As a collateral effect of being a sensible person. Jeez. Wow. I tend to agree with that. Yeah, no, totally. But there's a lot of negative connotations with being associated with that, Brahms. Like, totally. There's many, many, many great people in the States. Many great people. But it's still a country that I don't want to be associated with. You were making a semantics point? Sure. But it's a semantics point that is a really shitty point, right? So you're trying to make a semantics point. Sure. Fuck you and your semantics. Fix your country, and then we can talk. It's very much a... Well, you're associated with this because you live here. And you're associated with this word because you live here. No, I'm your fucking neighbor. I have nothing to do with you. Absolutely nothing to do with that. There's lots of weird competitiveness between the states. Oh yeah, I believe that. I mean, there's competitiveness between the provinces in Canada too. Like, especially when you start looking at sports. Heck, there's competitiveness between cities too. Like all of Canada ganging up on Toronto, or like everybody deciding that they don't like Quebec all at the same time. It's like, well, yeah, well, Canada. Canada has weird politics. Well, I would say Quebec politics is a legendary example of Canadian controversy, but... Sure. But as a Canadian, I am deeply disturbed by being told by someone who is not a Canadian that technically I live in North America. I am deeply disturbed by that. Because if a country just goes and takes the name of a continent, sorry, but we need to rename this continent because I don't want to be associated with your country. I really don't. Oh, I'm aware, Orange. Like, my little sister's a type 1 diabetic, right? just like me, and she lives in Quebec, right? But if you call it America, but with a B emoji, right? If you were born in Quebec, all type 1 diabetes stuff is covered by healthcare. Okay? Everything is covered by healthcare, right? If you moved there before you turned 19 and you weren't born in Quebec, everything except for pumps are covered. If you moved there after you turned 19 and you're a legal adult, nothing is covered. Until you've lived there for a year, and then everything but pumps are covered. Which is wild. But there's like some fine print where it's like if you can fluently speak French, you can get your coverage earlier when you move to Quebec. It's bizarre. Quebec has a lot of weird laws. You know, I don't know, Stone. It's good. It's a good question. It's a bloody good question. But anyway, I feel like this topic, like, to be totally clear, to kind of shut this topic down. I don't mean to attack you, Patchwork. It's not my intention. It's just a... How do I explain this? This is way too funky music for me being, like, relatively serious. It's just kind of a, you have a perspective and I have a perspective, and you need to know, well, I need to learn your perspective in order to properly discuss this. But at the same time, you need to learn the perspective of what it's like to be a Canadian and have somebody tell you that. It just doesn't work. And it's just something that I think we all kind of need to learn. So ideally, at the end of the day, you'll come out the other end of this and think twice about saying something like that to a Canadian. Because there's two assumptions that I get made very frequently about me as a Canadian streaming on the internet. And this is assumptions that are mostly made by Americans. They assume I'm American, probably from California or Seattle. And then the second thing that they assume once they hear that I'm Canadian is that I'm basically American. And those are two assumptions that I get so freaking constantly, to the point where whenever somebody just makes that, it just spirals me into this topic, because it's like, don't you fucking ever do that. Don't ever fucking do that. Don't ever fucking call me American. Don't say, well, actually, you live on this continent, because that's what they always do right after that. They always say, well, actually, you live in North America, so technically you're North America. It's like, no, I'm not fucking North American. I'm Canadian. Fuck you. You know, they say that Canadians are polite, but my favorite correction on that is we're not actually polite. We just use sorry as part of our vernacular. I could tell you I'm sorry, and it could mean I'm sorry. It could mean fuck you. It could mean I pity you. Or it could be intended to belittle you. Just because I'm saying I'm sorry doesn't mean I'm necessarily sorry. Is Canada under the crown? Technically, yes. I think that the Queen can shut down our government if she decides to, but I don't think they've ever actually acted on any of that. So technically, yes. Queen's still on our money. It's like kind of yes, but also kind of not really. But here's the thing, right? Most comments like that never intend offense, right? But isn't that most casual belittling of other cultures, it's never intended with offense in mind. And it's usually the place of the other culture saying, hey, that's not okay, you can't say that. Right? The bigger culture that just does the thing constantly doesn't realize that the thing that they're doing isn't okay until someone points at them and says, hey, that's not okay and you can't do that. Yeah, no, I completely believe that, Shmeezy. There's, like, I don't even get it that bad. There's many places in the world where you'll get that shit horribly, you know? I didn't really want to go there, but it is the I'm not racist but statement, you know? It's the I'm patriotic about my country, but you're also Canadian. You're a Canadian, but you're also actually an American because you live in North America. It's like, okay. That's just my experience, and that's the one that I like to constantly come back to because it's what I know. It's just like my mom being referred to as a Nazi when she was younger because her mom and dad were German. Because she was from an immigrant family. You know, it's like, you just get that. USAers? What? Exactly. But here's the thing. The fuck matters where I live geographically? Who gives a shit? I could live in Australia and I'd still be Canadian. Like, geographically, who gives a fuck? Where I live. Still Canadian. Always will be. I mean, every country has ingrained racism to a level. It's just something that everybody in the world needs to work on. I mean, heck, like, every person has some ingrained racism just implanted into their brain. And it's something that we all, as humans, need to work on to get past. And it's funny because, like, I've used the I'm American, no, I'm educated. It's something that I love to use the in DF as like an example. You know, when people come in and they throw around the oh well, elves are just evil bullshit jokes, right? Like using the elves or any other race in DF really as like a parallel to make basically anti-Semitic jokes in my chat. And it's the reason I shoot that down every time. And yeah, I'm all for stabbing the elves to death. Like, fuck yeah, let's go parade and kill some elves. But it's like, if you're going to use a race in a video game as a parallel to make those jokes, you're okay with making those jokes in the first place, which makes me uncomfortable. And you can call me a fucking lefty snowflake if you want. But like, I look at that and I go, okay, just realize where that joke is coming from, because at the end of the day, all jokes are based in truth. So if you're going to make a joke based in reality about a fictional character, using that as an allegory to reference something that is concerning, that just spreads. There isn't really too much that we can do, unfortunately, for some people through the internet. But I can do what I can. Anyway, so this turned into a whole fucking rant and a half. How we doing, chat? You guys doing all right out there? All fiction is based on reality? Absolutely. I mean, I like D&D. D&D is a really cool world. Then you look really closely at how some of those characters are designed, especially the ones that are designed to just be like stabbed to death. And then like you look really closely at what those characters represent, and then when those characters were designed, and you're like, are these just parallels for Jews? And then you're like, oh fuck, let's redesign these characters. All fiction based in reality. Nothing's been done before. I mean, obviously, because your world, I don't know. I was gonna say features like sentient penguins. All right, let's jump into some dwarfs. Now that the happy music's kicked back in. Can't say you've had the Drow gets a bad rap. Well, open your eyes. I have one working eye and I can see it. So should you. Welcome back to Giftvault. A very deep fortress in a very cold part of the world. Which is supposed to be our holiday fort, and I realized the holiday's over, but like, eh. You know, you could have done that earlier before I just started the game, so I'm going to do the fort tour and then I'll read the nonsensical garbage that you make me read, stupid. Hold on a second. Just give me a minute. We'll come back to that. All right, so welcome to Giftvault. Giftvault is a fort. The theme of the fort is we are trying to give gifts to everybody who shows up. We are underneath a very cold glacier. The biome for the glacier is a good biome, so it's some weird things spawn here sometimes. We have a pretty talented little army. No metals that can be used for weapons, so we're going to just start pumping out toys today. As we go down through our stairwell, this is kind of the main layer where the most stuff is happening. This layer is mostly bedrooms, and then those circular buildings are meeting hall, tavern, kitchens, and library. And down beneath that, we have some temples and some guild halls. Down beneath all of this, if we go down a little ways, all the way down, this is the first cavern layer where we had a very scary forgotten beast damn near kill all of us the other day, which was very exciting. Down here beneath that is a lava flow that probably could have become a volcano if the world generated longer. And then down here we have lava or magma forges, as well as much clay that we have harvested from the surface, which we are making into porcelain. And then as we go down here, there's much blood in the stairwell. Don't mind it. It's part of the decoration, especially those two trolls. Those are also part of the decoration. I should see if those have been claimed. Yes, they have. So those bodies will get cleared out of there eventually. And then as we go further down, there's this sealed off cavern layer down at the very bottom, which is all of this, which has a forgotten beast in it somewhere. Haven't seen it in a while though. So the last time we played this fort, we got, well, currently we have 102 dwarves in here. So if anybody wants a dwarf, just shout at me. We can totally get you dwarves in here. The last time we played this fort, we kind of got inundated with forgotten beasts and various other fun things like that. So yeah, hopefully that happens again, because exciting. I've had forts that go like, well, this isn't even that deep. Like how far down does this go? Yeah, so this goes all the way down to 168, and I've only gone down to layer 122. The deepest one I've ever had was about 210 underground, but that was a really high elevation map. How the heck does this game optimize? Well, people bitch about how it's not optimized all the time. Seems to run perfectly fine for me. See, everything's running. So this fort's getting a little hitchy, but like in general, it runs just fine. I do have a few kind of depressed dwarves, like this one, who's a little rackety, but yeah, it should be okay. We do have a prison up on the surface, which is up here, which is this open room filled with chains, because I was lazy and just made an open room filled with chains. One of the worst looking and hardest to run games. I mean, first thing is an opinion. Hardest to run? No, it's not. You can run Dwarf Fortress on anything. Mumbles. If you just stated two incorrect things. It's not the hardest game to run. It actually runs more or less fine, assuming you set it up correctly. The problem is most people don't set it up correctly. If you have a older PC or a lower power PC, just drop down the dwarf population. So you have to set your game up correctly to run it well on any system. I know somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress on a netbook from 2009. He plays very small forts, but, you know, he makes it work, and he gets above 30 FPS, perfectly playable. Of what looks to performance. One of the worst looking, hardest to run games. Okay, but then you have to then state that you dislike ASCII graphics. I think ASCII graphics are beautiful, especially if done well. I mean, look at any of the stuff that Cupo makes. Like, give me a second here. I'm gonna pop up some of the stuff that Cupo has made. Like, this is DF. This is Dwarf Fortress. This is Cupo. Twitch.tv/Cupo. If you genuinely think that this game is ugly, I don't know what you're smoking, but I don't want any of it. I will link Cupo in the chat right there. So, no. DF is very beautiful if done right. Yeah, it's a different style of graphics, for sure, and it's simple, but ugly? No. Worst looking? Definitely not. Definitely not. But no, largely performance problems people have with Dwarf Fortress is they play the game in a meta that actively destroys their frame rate. The other problem that a lot of people have with Dwarf Fortress is just lack of knowledge of how to actually make the game run properly. But anyway, I have a thing I need to do, so give me a second here. And then cake for nobody. Lies pie instead is illegal. Rolls out balls of cheese. Family is sloppy. Joe eccentrics. Chimney sweeps don't sleep. Fluffy wamblers sweep through suburbs with ravenous ravens. Read the Kobold manual and make more cheese, please. Dwarf Fortress clunked through the street. There you go. Please add more words to the Add Word Stories room on Discord so that I can read more nonsensical garbage. Well, here's the thing, right? You are associating beauty to realism or visual detail, right? You can have a minimal graphic style and look beautiful. So you are confusing graphical beauty with modern realism in games. So you're saying it's ugly, but you've already contradicted yourself. So I'm starting to just think, Mumble, that you just don't know what you're talking about. And you're walking it back now because you realized you've said something silly, which you did, which is fine. But I think that there's a difference between visual detail, graphical detail, and beauty. You can have a visually minimalistic game that's still very beautiful. And Yes, this game can bring modern CPUs to their knees, for sure. But it won't crash your computer. It won't blue screen you. It won't do half the things that Cyberpunk will do to your computer. It won't do most of the things that fucking OG Crisis would do to your PC. And Wave Thrash, it's good to see you. How you been? Is this technically ASCII? Technically, this is ASCII, yes, because there's two types of tile packs, right? There's graphical tile packs and ASCII tile packs. ASCII tile packs just replace the font. This is just a custom font. That's all it is. A graphical tiles pack will actually give you graphics. So, like, an ASCII tile pack is basically just like a, well, I mean, it would help if I typed an exclamation point. I'm just grabbing this because it's easier. This is what an ASCII tile pack looks like. This. It's just a custom font. Like, this is all of the graphics in the game that you're seeing. This. Right? Whereas a graphical tile set looks like this. This is a graphical tile set. So look how many more tiles there are. So the game has graphical capabilities, and you can give the game sprites for every creature. But, like, this is a graphical tile set versus an ASCII tile set. So technically I am using an ASCII tile set. Still a tile set, but okay. Well, let me ask you this, Mumble. Let's pretend for a second, I don't know if you have, but let's pretend for a second you've never played Civilization, right? You've never played Civ. Someone throws you into the second to last year of a Civilization 5 game. The entire map is covered with icons. The entire map is covered with cities. There's pop-ups on both sides of the screen telling you to click things. Exclamation point tile set if you want it. J. Roden. There's icons everywhere that you don't understand. You look at that and you go, this is a visual mess. What am I looking at? Of course you don't understand it because you've never looked at it before. As somebody who is legally blind, this is infinitely easier for me to discern than most modern pretty video games. So, for me personally, your entire argument is invalid because visual simplicity and minimalism is significantly easier for me to look at, significantly simpler for me to discern. Oh, the one that I was showing on the forum? Meph. That's Meph's tile set. He's one of the 2 people working on the Steam version. I actually don't like the way that one looks in game, but it's the one I go to because it's one of the more complex ones when people are talking about this sort of stuff. What time of year is it? Late summer? Yeah, we're gonna go make demands of people. So the whole point of this fortress, before I continue my rant, is ooh, the Fortress of Hillnut. There's nobody there. Look at all those books. We might need to go to these and procure all those books. Let's do that. Go get them, boys. So what we're doing is we are demanding tributes from a lot of people, which I've done. We've got the one group now, which is an Elven faction, which is now bringing us tribute, as well as the Laces of Oblivion, who are at peace with us. So I'm hoping that the Laces of Oblivion will send trade caravans so I can give them gifts. Hill Knight, yes. I wonder if there was nuts on that hill. Yeah, that's a good question. I need to go do that just because it's called Hill Nut. Requisition and tribute. Yeah. No, you don't need to do paperwork for this. Oh no, my captain of the guard is throwing a tantrum. Also, there's been plenty of tantrums in this fort because many people have died and many people have witnessed death, which has been fun. Touch Shriek, are you just like unable to move? No, you are able to move. All right. Touch Shriek is going to become the captain of the guard because I'm tired of having captain of the guards who are like unable to stay sane. So I'm gonna give the captain of the guard job to an undead corpse because you don't think. This is fine. Also, not like he can get mad if I don't really give him quarters. No, totally. Me too. But I think that there's like kind of an important distinction to be made there. And half the fort just like goes and reports crimes. You're gonna go beat a criminal to death, probably, right? Not dead yet. He did get swiped by the doctor. But no, whenever people use the argument of, oh, this game is harder to visually discern what's going on, I always just respond with, well, this is easier for me than the alternative. And it's just a matter of getting used to it, you know? If you were told to play Risk for the very first time, you'll see a map and a bunch of pieces and not know what they mean. You have to learn what the pieces mean before you can play the board game. It's very similar with Dwarf Fortress. You have to learn what the pieces mean. You have to learn what your options are with those pieces, and then you can play Dwarf Fortress. And now we wait for the game to save because this is a big old world. Which is, this is what I'm currently staring at because this is where I would describe DF as clunky, is because like whenever it saves, it does its best to crash for 5 minutes. Which, there's definitely clunkiness to that. Lots to save? Yeah. I mean, this thing's got 1,000 years of history in it. And it's constantly updating it. And there's a lot going on in this world. Besides, you know, people disagree with me all the time, and at the end of the day, you're entitled to do that. But there are some things that people say that really make me squint, I guess. It's like, really? Do you actually believe that? Or are you just saying that because you haven't put the time in? And that's usually the case, is the second one. It's usually a case of people not putting the time in. And that's fine. Like, I don't really expect people to learn this game because it's not an easy game to learn at all. But I don't think a lot of people can really state something as fact without putting the time in. I mean, mouse input's not going to make the game easier. It's going to slow the game down so fucking much. But again, you haven't taken the time to learn, so you don't have the experience necessary to agree with me, which is fair. What do I think will be Seth's review of it? I won't watch it because I don't like Seth. 'Cause 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 I don't Besides, you already reviewed the game. It's not like the game's changing much. Need a doorway up there. Is that dwarf that's lying down in the hallway is causing problems? But yeah, no, I'm very excited for the Steam release, and I hope it goes well. But I think about the same thing that the DF subreddit thinks of Seth's review of Dwarf Fortress. It gets removed from the Dwarf Fortress subreddit frequently whenever people post it because it breaks the subreddit's rules. That's what I think of Seth's review of DF. I've lost so many followers for talking shit about Seth, but I will continue doing it. Because fuck that dude. Alright. So how many of these bedrooms are even claimed? Not too many of them. I'm going to assign that to Mr. Touch Shriek because you are an undead zombie, but you still insist on having a bedroom. So I will give you a bedroom if you really insist, damn it. Need to give you a cabinet. Rock, cab, 30. We'll just do 30 rock cabinets. 30 rock, Yeah, no, people who get really excited about mouse input amuse me because it's like, oh yeah, no, you just haven't put any time into Dwarf Fortress. Some people who pretend ASCII is impossible will get upset ASCII preferring people like yourself afterwards for daring to prefer the impossible. I don't think you'll get much of that. I mean, Krugsmash has stated he'll probably still just use his tile set. This is a modified version of his tile set, and I'll probably end up going back to this tile set eventually once it gets updated to work nice with the Steam version, because I want that. But in general, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are just sticking to ASCII, which I think is totally fair. All right, so as far as named dwarves in this fort go, if you would like a dwarf, just let me know. There's no requirements. You don't need to be a subscriber or anything silly. But we have Belug, Icarus, Peter, Balinor, Minstrel, Stone, Zort, Touch Shriek, Kurt, Lump, Authority Denial, who's still alive somehow, Shad, Evil Trick, Lemon. Well, that's about it. So if anybody wants a dwarf, there's some more, but they're in the military. If you would like a dwarf, just let me know, and we'll do our best to get you dwarfed. And I've got a Wolverine and an elk bird that both need to be slaughtered. You will survive. You'll try. You're doing your best. Well, would you look at that? The outpost liaison has arrived. It's almost time to trade. Welcome, dwarves. Hope your journey was safe. I think I have a bunch of crafts now. I don't know how I ended up with a large serrated disc. I don't really care about artifacts, so I'm just going to give those all. No, it depends on if you... Here's where I'll disagree with you, Mumble. I know how to play this game with ASCII. Okay? I can watch any tile set of Dwarf Fortress and it just looks like Dwarf Fortress. Once you've learned to play Dwarf Fortress, and I've heard this from someone useless. All right, so you get a child. Once you've learned to play Dwarf Fortress and you've learned to look at Dwarf Fortress, it takes a couple of seconds to look at a new tile set, which is a completely different language, as you say. it takes a few seconds to kind of go, oh, that's what I'm looking at. Right? So, again, I think that your argument is kind of silly because no, it's not like learning another language. It's just learning a rule set. And it's no harder than learning to play D&D. You know, when you learn to play D&D, you sit down with a manual that's that thick and you start fucking reading. Or you sit down with a group of 4 friends and a manual that's that thick that one person has read, and then that person kind of coaches you through. With Dwarf Fortress, you sit down with the wiki and you read it. And you play the game. Or you sit down on a Discord server with a few people that know the game and ask questions while reading the wiki and learning the game. It's way easier than learning a language. You're still holding it on the tie bar that is that shitty meme of the learning cliff, which is vastly incorrect. Many people have learned games that are way harder than DF that are visually attractive, or visually traditionally attractive, rather, that have inviting numbers of reviews on Steam, right? And the only thing, learning curve-wise, that the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is going to give the game is once people have put money into the game, they want to get their money's worth out of it. So you have the sunk cost fallacy, so people will try harder. The Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is not particularly different than just installing DF hack, turning on mouse support, and installing a graphical tile set. Yeah, the UX will be laid out in a slightly more friendly way, but in general, it's a very simple game. The way you interact with it is very simple. The options you have are pretty simple and cut and dry and laid out. People are just scared because it looks weird. That's it. And very few people that scream about mouse support, POG, and all of those other things, like, really just haven't given the game the try. It's intimidating. I get it. But it's not as intimidating as people think. And when I read sentences like it's possible, I just view it as almost similar to learning another language. Very possible, and you can even be proficient at it or prefer it. But for a new guy, you got to learn it and bumble about it first. That's a wild exaggeration. Wild exaggeration. You have to read, like, to learn DF, to learn the basics of DF, you have to read the Getting Started Guide on the wiki, which is, like, not even that much of a wiki. All right, so let's read about this child. Your father is Dragon Man, and your mother is Votok. You worship the gods of Stolsteth and Odros. Odros is the fatal of the turquoise rock, takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with death. And you also worship the god of jealousy, which is the most popular god in this fortress and has 2 religions, 2, that many people follow in this fort. So I've got 2 temples, 1 to each one. She is 3 years old, born on the 21st of Hematite in the year 1062. She is corpulent and her eyes are extremely low. Her nose is hooked and her hair is wavy. Her short hair is neatly combed and her head is somewhat short. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave and her hair is burnt umber. And her skin is ecru and her eyes are brass. She personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is an ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect, views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and values romance and the development of a skill, but values independence, dreams of creating a great work of art, is gripped by crippling shyness, and enjoys the company of others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She doesn't feel envious of others and can handle stress, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the vice of others. She is often nervous and somewhat quarrelsome, but is bothered by this as she values friendship and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is slow to anger, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and is quite polite. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yes, truly the spirits of the giving holidays. Truly. Yeah, well, so we were drinking water for a little bit there because I kind of had almost no alcohol in the fort due to us just getting production up and running. And then that flaming forgotten beast went and burnt all my crop fields. So we kind of ran out of alcohol for a bit, but we've since sorted that issue out. We've had that issue sorted out for a while now. Did you? Huh. You've just claimed this bedroom. This is a weird dwarf. You've just been reading books for a while. Fair enough. Anyway, I apologize for the rambles and rants, but it's just when chat gets me onto a subject that I'm passionate about, it's hard to get me off of it. If you guys want to talk about different things or something that is not related to my opinions on learning DF, just give me a topic to talk about, and I'm totally down to change the subject. It's been a very rambly morning for me. My brain's in a weird space because of the holidays, I think. So what if Flaming Beast of alcohol? What if Flaming Beast of alcohol? What if Flaming Beast of alcohol? Can you try that sentence again? I don't know. Is that a statement? Is that a question? Is that an offer? I don't know what that is. Any interesting birds like in the fortress? This fortress? Not particular. This fortress is very much not about or not in the way of interesting flying animals. We've had interesting creatures show up in this fort, but no interesting animals. The unlife gifts have returned. Let's see how they did. They went all the way to this abandoned fort in a haunted biome. Misconceptions about the fort was looted. Nothing more was looted. A record of the fort was looted. We stole a lot of books. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Hayes. I mean, if it was meant to not be understood by mortal minds, then this makes a lot of sense then, because I certainly have no idea what you meant. Totally. Absolutely. No, I'm very much dreading the reviews as well. I hope, and this is me being a dirty content creator, I hope that they give me the game a week early to make some tutorials. I hope that they also give other YouTubers the game a week early. I hope that... How was your stream today, Mr. Sanson? Sorry, I'm in the middle of ranting. But how's the fort going? Pretty good. We're procuring books and convincing people to come trade with us so that we can give people gifts in of course, the form of giving them nickel crafts, because that's all I have to give them. And also our artifacts, because we're Santa in the south, because there is no northern cold area in this map. But yeah, no, I very much dread that stuff. Well, in that case, chat, go lurk in this bloke's stream. Go help out a DF streamer. A little bit against Twitch etiquette, but fuck the rules for today. And I will buy all of those anvils. I guess I'll take your moose meat. changing my mind here. Just gonna take the bars. Where do those anvils go? There's the anvils. Future reference, popping into a channel and just promoting yourself or stating that you're streaming is questionable Twitch etiquette, but I'll give you a pass this time. Copper mail, pick, steel pick, spear. We're very short on weapons because of all that stuff. No, I did ask you. Well, specifically, I asked how your stream was, right? Not realizing that you were still streaming, but we're all good. Don't worry about it. How is the fort going? Fort's going well. Yeah, going well. Yeah, it's all good. Well, just confusion there. I appointed a zombie as my captain of the guard because I'm tired of my captain of the guards not liking their job, and I don't really have a lot of thoughtless, evil dwarves in this fortress. This dwarf's cheek is mangled beyond recognition, and his nose is gone. Oh Jesus, you got fucked up by that forgotten beast. This poor dwarf got his shit kicked in by a forgotten beast. This fort's been exciting. I'll put it that way. It's certainly been exciting. But no, it's more of just a thing like I'm not really used to people popping into my chat when they're still streaming, and so it's not something I ever expect people to do. So... Also, I'd appreciate it if you don't restream my stream's audio without asking. So I don't know if you're doing that. Want to see who was around? Yeah, I gotcha. Long save screens can happen in DF. Was that a starving cavy pup? What the fuck? Who's got a cavy boar? That one? Apparently. Gotcha. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Like I said, I don't really care. It's just kind of a for future reference thing. I'm gonna push this back a little ways. Make it look a little bit more uniform. So right now it doesn't look uniform, and I don't like that. Let's see if my miners can even do that without vomiting everywhere. God, we have so many crafts. Here, have some gifts. What do I think of your new username? Too long. Like, I know another person with an AKA in their name. But he just kind of goes with just AKA Mike B. Instead of, like, name AKA Mike B. But, like, when he's reading his name out loud, he's like, yeah, I'm Mike, AKA Mike B. Right? But he doesn't have the extra Mike in his username. So if I were to critique it, I would say it's too long. I would say either go with Stone or Seahorse Well. But or Seashore's Well. But at the end of the day, like, you do you with your username what you want to do with your username. Yeah. You do what you want to do. Like Stone, aka MLH, kind of worked because it was short and just kind of quick and to the point. But this I have question marks about. But that's okay. Once I figure out what your name is and what you want to be called, then it doesn't really matter. As long as you're happy with your username, that's all that really matters. Doesn't matter what I think of it. We'll give them more of an offering. I need to get some of these blocks underground. You gave them adjacent rooms. You should make them share rooms. Put a window in between them. let them watch. That's kind of amazing. Heard stories of this game, I assume? It's one of those games where it's very much... A lot of people have heard tell of it, but not necessarily seen it. Or they've maybe seen the Bay 12 Games website and gone, what? And then left. Someone actually said something in the YouTube comments of one of my videos, which I would agree with, but also kind of disagree with, that because like the developers of DF intentionally do this, Zach and Tarn, which is Dwarf Fortress is one of the biggest failures to capitalize on viral success in gaming history. To an extent, I kind of agree with that. Like, I think it's a really harsh way of putting it, but I think that there's a degree of truth to that statement. I think I'm going to put a room over here. This room is going to be... But yeah, if you have any questions, Admiral, or would like explanations for things, just let me know. And I can kind of give you the gist of what you're looking at. Because Dwarf Fortress is a little bit overwhelming when you first see it. Yeah, well, it's like, here's the thing. It's like, is it a failure to capitalize on viral marketing, on viral success? Yes. But it's also, I think, intentionally failing to capitalize. Like, they're knowingly not capitalizing on it. Right? Like, could DF have gone the route that they're going now, like, 10 years ago? Potentially. Would it be a better game for it? I don't know about that. You know, Tarn said in an older interview that, you know, kids with shitty computers that can't afford fancy video games have an endlessly replayable game because of them. And that is a huge thing for them. Oh, cheers. Thanks for the raid, man. You didn't have to do that. Hopefully I didn't kill your vibe. But proper now. Go give him a follow. Support more DF streams. There ain't enough of us. We need more. Did I just see a petition? No, I did not. So what were you working on in your fort today? Aside from the long save. How am I doing roundy rooms? I'm drawing them? What? With my keyboard? Dwarves have a lot to dig. I petition me to eat pasta? Well, you should eat your pasta then. God, we're making so many nickel crafts. Dug out the bedrooms and realized it was all clay. Yeah, I mean, clay is fine. It's just kind of ugly. But it can be kind of fun to like, I mean, this fort's all chalk and clay, which is also not ideal. Very much not ideal, but like, you know, we're working with it. We're working with it. We're making things work. You're in awe of the stuff I craft. Don't be. I just throw stuff everywhere. You too can design forts like I do if you just put things in random nonsensical places that make no logical sense. But thank you. Creature occupying site. Excuse me? Probably a cat. Be willing to bet. Probably a cat. It's almost always a cat when it's like, creature occupying site. It's generally a cat. Almost always a cat. Most certainly a cat. Let's just crank up that priority. Why are you sleeping on the ground, Dwarf? You, this guy right here. Godal the Hunter. Why are you sleeping on the ground? You're very happy with your life. Jesus. You're satisfied, blissful, satisfied, delighted. You felt pleasure. You were angry after you got into an argument. Felt gratitude remembering being rescued. You've killed a mountain goat and a giant rat in my fort. You're a dabbling hammer dwarf. Do you not? You don't have a living space? Go claim a bedroom, you shit. Pretty sure there's like unclaimed bedrooms like right here. Maybe not. I guess not. Okay. I'd swear that we had unclaimed bedrooms. Maybe they're up here. Okay, well that's... Whoops. I apparently have unclaimed bedrooms. Many dwarves don't have bedrooms. We should fix this. It's nice to know that that dwarf is very happy with their life and very satisfied about everything, but, you know. Anyway. Oh, also, I need to send the military back out. Let's go get some more tributes. We will send the best. And we are going to hit Shift T for demand ongoing tribute. Done. Demand ongoing tribute from Scholarlands. And just because it has a funny name, the rest of my squads are going to go raid the Fort of Hillnut. Let's send those two squads to go get the Fort of Hillnut. The embodiment of Pog. Speaking of the embodiment of Pog, Mr. Sansom, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. Enjoy those dwarf emotes and beers and stuff. Check, can I get a big old proper round of beards for digging deeply and greedily? We might do that, actually. I hadn't really thought about how I wanted to end this fort. Hadn't really thought about it. Was that 1 or 2 tantrums? I know that that was 1. That was 1 tantrum. That's fine. I think he's already in prison, too. Adamantine toys. I mean, we are called the Gifts of Candy. And once again, guys, seriously, go give Mr. Sansom a follow on Twitch. Go help newer broadcasters get started. Because Twitch is a hard space to grow in right now, especially with lesser known games. A figurine of a blood gnat. You must hate blood gnats. You masochist. But Dwarf Fortress is not an easy game to get into streaming, and would I get a bunger as a pet? It's just a burger, right? Probably not, because I don't want any pets. I'd get an actual snake. Ooh, Salon, the crafts dwarf has been possessed. Why are you just standing there? I thought I had craft dwarf shops. Do I not? My phone just vibrated. What? Fuck off, PC gamer. Okay, you must have a skill in something. Glass maker, maybe? I think this dwarf might want to make glass. Uh-oh. That might end badly. Let's quickly jump down to the forges. Quickly channel out one tile. Some migrants have arrived. We'll just let them walk in, except for you. You can just have all of the metalsmithing jobs because there's nowhere to fish. Okay, who's carving a channel? There you are. Dwarf population is going to spike. I mean, yeah, I was going to say, you need to think about that statement very, very heavily. Also, if you eat a bunger, bad things happen to your body, and as somebody who likes his body generally, I would like to not turn into parts of a bunger. That seems like it's not great for your health. Just gonna put it out there. Also, like, isn't that the whole point of that game, to make you question, like, a lot of things? Like, I think you may have missed the point. All right, I need a magma glass furnace, which I will place right there. Looks like the mission to explore Hill Nut has completed. Also, if anybody has any questions on what I'm doing or how to do what I'm doing, feel free to let me know. I'm not too worried about the books they're getting. If they get a dangerous book, we'll just become immortal dudes that are giving people gifts from the cold parts of the world. Let's head back out to Hill Nut, because there's just a whole bunch of, like, abandoned forts out here that are just full of fucking books. And that's cool. Let's send more dwarves this time. Watch me send them all out, and then a were creature's gonna show up, or, like, something's gonna show up that's bad. Also, I wouldn't mind having a... Like, how many books are we at now? 54? Good stuff. Were sheep? We had a were giraffe and something else. It was a were giraffe. There's 2 were creatures that have shown up here. One of them was a were giraffe, though. This is where we're going to keep our crafts, up here in this room that I've dug out. Because I need somewhere to put crafts. Crafts and toys. All right, how long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break, chat. Uh-oh, there you go. This dwarf has claimed this, and you sit still. All right, I'll be back in a sec. And then we'll figure out what this dwarf needs. If you're just lurking in the chat, I know we just did one, but can I get another round of beers? If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to entertain the chat with them. I will be back in a moment. So we need to figure out what this dwarf wants as I return. Which is tricky. Also, hey, Jack Narek, how you doing? We need to figure out what this dwarf wants. Which hopefully won't be too much effort. Probably won't be too much effort, but might end up being a lot of effort. They probably want raw glass, would be an immediate guess. Which I don't think we have. They may want bones, which we do have. What do you want? Stone, rock, rough color, rough gems, wood, metal bars, okay, leather skin, blocks and bricks, okay, gems shining, okay, raw green. Do we have sand? Because if we have sand, we can maybe get you some raw green glass. If we don't have sand, I don't know. I don't know if we can, how much I can actually do for this poor dwarf. I don't actually know how much we can actually do. Well, let's figure out if we can access sand, I guess. Is there any sand? Oh, let's go up. Is there sand anywhere here? Or is this all just cave moss and floor fungus? I think it's just cave moss and floor fungus. Congrats to all the people who won. And the traders just left. Yeah. Also, good win, Squug. And everybody else who invested. So yeah, I don't know if we can save that. Because the traders, like, just left, yeah? Yep. Unlife gifts have returned. How did the demanding tribute go? They will bring us gifts every spring. Excellent. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I do not know. Oh, hey, look, there's a Yeti. Just, you know, a chill Yeti. Just hanging out. We might just have to let that dwarf die. Unfortunately. So is anybody going to try and do anything for New Year's? New Year's is one of my favorite days of the year to stream, though. I kind of love streaming New Year's because it's like every hour you just have like... Yeah, probably. Rip Mad Dwarf. We're like once every hour you have people piling in going, Happy New Year! And it's kind of a lot of fun. I, for that reason, kind of really like it. Kind of really like New Year's. I think New Year's is a lot of fun. All right, let's actually just get rid of this. And we're just going to periodically go into the body parts room and just dump all this shit. And we're going to periodically go into the corpses room or corpses section and dump all this shit. At which point they will throw it into the lava rather than storing it above ground. I'm saying Happy New Year as well. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun streaming on New Year's. When you have kind of a global enough group of people watching that you have people to pop in. That sounds complicated. I won't ask questions. Authority. Also, you stopped making crafts just now, Authority, because you're too depressed. It's been a long weekend. Hey, Warm Shadow, how are you? Hopefully a good long weekend. At least you can't complain that your life lacks amusement. Sounds like anxiety to me, not amusement, but... whatever works. Really? Let's make 150 nickel bins. How many nickel bars am I at? I'm probably running low. 232. Okay. Having to adjust your sleeping schedule? Fair. You definitely went through a few VODs today. I think that I've had many people state that my YouTube VODs are actually a really helpful learning resource, because am I directly telling people how to play the game with everything I do? No. But just being able to follow along with somebody else playing live throughout the beginning of levels, like I've had a lot of people tell me that they've learned Dwarf Fortress watching my VODs. Turquoise of Rock. Well, that's us. That's interesting. There's a destroyed Hillix here that has a population of 10. It's a human Hillix, but we're allied with them. That is fascinating. It's a dwarven tower, but it's a destroyed tower. Huh. Do you think a destroyed tower would inherently be necromancers? I kind of really want to find... oh, we're at peace with those goblins. Torments of Stench. Let's see what happens. All right. Demand ongoing tribute. Let's just see what happens, because we're at peace with these goblins. I want to know. I'm assuming he means kiwi bird, but could be either, really. It's not been bad. Yeah, that's understandable, Authority. Yeah, I guess like you'd get the extra feedback from the chat, so it would be easier to focus on a stream than a VOD then? I'm just kind of curious. Not a fan of that one. Also, it's tricky. On the topic of VODs, I've had a couple comments recently of people asking what the music is. But I literally can't tell you. It's like Dark Fantasy Studios Spring Theme Seamless Repeatable Edition. It's like, well, I licensed it from Dark Fantasy Studio. Brander, it's good to see you. Another exploration round of Hill Nut. Any tips for getting into later game stuff? I have no idea what you know. So I mean, it's one of those, like, I can't just give you tips because I don't know what you know. But if you ask direct questions, I can answer those. I realize it's maybe not the most helpful thing, but... We got disorderly conduct and vandalism. Ral the spinner is causing problems. Cheesemaker and Ral are fighting. Doesn't look like they've done too much damage, so that's good. Wow, that took a while. We finally met with the outpost liaison. Oh, Ral's been found dead. Well, I guess you got a beating. It's okay, you were an idiot. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Question is, did we get any news? Whoa. A new mayor? Nagoking Deadvaults became the holy twine of the pregnant cult, replacing Stastot. That sounds like a goblin name. Ognas became the abbot of the rumored Coven, replacing Agnet. The early winter group calling itself the Great Tomb reclaimed Fern Cobalt on behalf of the Clasps of Throwing. This one isn't framing. Faranwa Lustermark became abbot of the evil cult, replacing Maffle Gate Towers. On which one? This one? Doomed clinches? The evil cult. Maffle Gate Towers. Which is a good name, by the way. Means tick. Gotcha. There's a lot of, yeah, looks like my captain of the guard did too good of a job being captain of the guard, but that's okay. That dwarf was causing problems. What the heck? Why is there a book in there? For the Love of the Mountain Home. It's a 180-page guide entitled For Love of a Mountain Home, authored by Stitsu Lycat. It concerns the hillocks of Braidmuirs, and the writing is a hint of voraciousness to it. It's amateurish at best. Yeah, I know that Farwa is an elven name, or an elven word, meaning an elven name. Did I say hello to you, Brander, buddy? I know that you popped in. I think I did. I'm, like, losing it, apparently. Also, the game is saving. Don't mind the Nutso Dwarf in the basement. Winter is upon us. I think that we should be getting tributes this winter. From the Elves, I think. We're going to just start getting random tributes from everybody, though. Which is totally fine. I had pumpkin pie in my oatmeal for breakfast, so pretty good. I literally like took a bowl of oatmeal and like a slice of pumpkin pie and just like mashed the pumpkin pie into my oatmeal and then put milk on it. It's pretty good. I'm gonna do that again tomorrow, actually. Like, that's how good it was. I'm gonna do it again tomorrow. It was tasty. Definitely one of the better food science things I've done recently. I've, like, tricked my brain into thinking that my oatmeal is like somehow healthy, even though it's like literally just like oatmeal with pumpkin pie mashed into it. It is pretty good, yeah. It turned out well. I mean, I just straight up had pumpkin pie for breakfast yesterday. But yeah, no, today I just put pumpkin pie in my oatmeal. To the point where, like, I kind of want to go, like, buy some canned pumpkin. Because canned pumpkin's really healthy, like, unsweetened canned pumpkin. And just, like, putting some of that into my oatmeal. And put a little bit of cinnamon in it. I think that would probably work, right? Like a pinch of cinnamon and then just, like, pumpkin. Like, make a pumpkin spice oatmeal, I guess, technically. It came out well. Listened to some good music this morning. There we go. I was right. The annual tribute from the Elves have arrived. Also, by the way, worth noting. So earlier when some chaos happened, 2 of my dwarves died and became these brainless lost ghouls down in the basement. They have mind powers that allow them to basically force push and force pull things and slam stuff into walls. And they don't move much. They just kind of live in my stairwell, but they live below the main fort layer, but just above the first cavern layer, which the enemies have access to, right? So they can just walk into the fort. So there's always just like a pile of dead troglodytes and elk birds where those 2 lost ghouls are just like slamming them into the wall and making them explode, which is kind of amazing. They just like live there and cause chaos. Also, what? Did they just like spawn and immediately leave? All right, so the tribute arrived, but where are they? Lost ghouls are intelligent undead, but not all undead. Like, they can be intelligent undead, but be unnamed and not join your fort and just be listed as friendly. So yes, they are intelligent undead, but they're like not intelligent undead, if that makes any sense. Did those elves just like spawn and immediately leave? What the fuck just happened? I guess they did. Okay. Yes, certainly. Stone. Yeah. But they are certainly intelligent, but I guess they have no culture would be what it would be. They lost they lost part of their soul as part of death, I guess. Would be how I would describe that. How did I end up with Tower Cat blow darts? All right. Giant cave spider silk clothing, not to be confused with large giant cave spider silk clothing. Totally different things. Does that mean they're really bad or they're really good or really bad? Why? Because they lost some of their souls? Good question. I don't know. You'd have to listen to one sing. I've never heard one sing. All right, so I'm going to need a finished goods stockpile. Which will be for toys. Musical instruments. We'll just say, nah, we won't say tools. That's too much. That's too generic. Bracelets, earrings, rings, large gems, totems, crowns, scepters, amulets, figurines. I think that'll do for our gifts. And now we just wait for them to move all that stuff, because there's going to be a lot of dwarves storing a lot of things in a lot of stockpiles in a minute. But yeah, no, they, as Sebastian said, they're quite literally my guards. They just live in my stairwell and just like occasionally just murder a bunch of troglodytes for me, and they're quite handy. Why are you depressed, Dwarf? Vacker. Well, you're satisfied after teaching Spear. The trauma was a bit much, though. You have a silver short sword and a copper shield. I don't quite have enough iron to really do much. Kind of want to pump lava places, but again, don't really have the materials to do that. All right, let's go demand more tribute, shall we? Oh, well, these guys seem to have done well. So this is a bunch of human settlements, right? No civilized population, and the few that do are mostly goblins.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Hello, Hobo, and hello, Aussie Fud. Hobo, are you recovering from the holiday overtime? I hope you are. Also, you can join the symmetric mirrors. Because I need more militia commanders, and undead dwarves make for really good militia commanders. Because you finally healed. Even though your left hand is, like, fucked up. But undead dwarves make for really good military. So, Aussie Fud, how was your holiday? How have you been? And, Stoned Hobo, I need to tell you about my food science, which you may have seen on Discord, but I put pumpkin pie in oatmeal, and it was delicious. I think I'm going to start making pumpkin oatmeal. I'm going to go buy some canned pumpkin and put it in my oatmeal. But anyway, how's Hobo? How's things? It's been a difficult year for the family, but you're alive and healthy. I mean, that's like the most you can ask for, right? Like I've talked about this a couple times, but all we really did was had a big Discord call with my grandma and my older sister and her husband and my Oma on the other side of the family, my aunt and my little sister and her boyfriend. Which was a little bit chaotic, but it was kind of neat because my grandma got to talk to my Oma for the face-to-face for the, I guess, over Discord for the first time in like 15 years, which was, you know, a very limited conversation because I don't actually think my Oma could really hear anything that we were saying, but it was enough for them to kind of say, "Oh, hi, hope you're doing well. You look good," kind of stuff, which is good. Which is cool. And that's kind of the most you can really ask for with that sort of stuff. This is the spring theme. Interesting. Wholesome indeed, yes. The children learned about what is actually important? What, spending time with some family? I mean, I've seen the discussion more and more recently about whether or not Christmas is a Christian holiday anymore. And it's kind of been like, that money isn't everything? Yeah, no, totally. That money and gifts aren't everything. It's like, I've seen, like, to me, Christmas isn't a Christian holiday anymore at all. It's a capitalism holiday. And it's kind of nice to see a little bit of the... Yeah, there you go. Dwarf went stark raving mad, which is good. Didn't go insane. He's not going to kill anybody, I don't think. It's unfortunate. Oh, hey, they returned. Okay, so I sent this squad out to go and... I mean, I'm agnostic, but yeah, same div. I mean, Christ Mass. Yes, it was a Christian holiday at one point. All right, so... Also, I love how long the title of my Captain of the Guard is. This is the title of my Captain of the Guard. It goes all the way up the screen. Mission report. We tried to demand tribute from a human settlement occupied by goblins. Agnostic atheist? Fair. Sure. That works. So we went pretty far. We secured tribute from the torments of stench? Fuck yeah. Apparently every summer the goblins are gonna bring us tribute. I wonder if they're also going to invade us. Huh. Huh. I mean, if it was born at all, stone, but, you know. It's nice to see some of the capitalism removed from Christmas and it just be about like, hey, let's actually try and talk, nerds. We give up a lot of our lives to acquire money, but it doesn't matter. No, I completely agree with that. You know, it's kind of also how I look at my stream, Ozzy. You know, I don't stream because I'm going to make the most money. I don't stream because I'm going to make all of the money. I stream because I can sustain myself while making people's day a little better. Or dramatically worse, depending on how you talk to me. But, you know, that generally improves other people's day. Yes. Yes. But the inflated stories a little bit. You are correct, Hobo. I'm still just shocked that I claimed tribute from a goblin faction. Man. Let's go see if I can get tribute from more goblins. How about these guys? Human Hamlet of Sound Guild. Well, they're already bringing us tribute. All right. The Goblin Hamlet of Pink Matched of the Innocent Prisons. All right, Innocent Prisons. Bring us tribute. And then we will give you presents. So, chat, what happens if the goblins come trade with us? I don't think they can they? But, like, what if they're goblins that are inhabiting a human settlement? I have so many questions. Like, seriously, I have so many questions right now. Because I was under the impression that you couldn't demand tribute from goblins. They've come to demand tribute. Good for them. I mean, yeah, no, they're bringing us tributes. Unless you mod them to have pack animals. All right, well, they can bring tributes at the very least. Because according to this, the torments of stench of the aching curses, a goblin civilization, who's at peace with us, by the way, are going to start bringing us tribute. They're just humans? Yeah, well, maybe we lucked out. All right, well, we'll wait for our military to get back. Wonder what weapon this zombie equipped. A kiwi leather hood. Well, would you look at that? A copper spear. That'll do. Well, maybe my dwarves just have goblins in their government, which I think is the actual case. Yes, we have a baron who's a goblin. Multiple barons who are goblins. They're only heretics if you're the one proponing the heresy. Maybe we're just culturally more advanced than you. We have learned to be friends. Heresy is just intolerance. Dwarves need to learn to be more tolerant. We need to learn to coexist with the elves. We need to learn to coexist with the goblins. I mentioned yesterday about undead. I don't actually. It goes directly back into a one of my favorite topics, which is how Dwarf Fortress, unlike a lot of common fantasy, avoids a lot of racist tropes by just stating that it's their culture, which I think is interesting. My little dwarf, friendship is tolerance. Pog. I mean, we also kind of had the convo about D&D. I mean, D&D is inherently, it's gotten better over the years, but D&D is very much based in racism. But it's certainly gotten better over the years. All right. I need to smelt more ore. Nope. Just smelt 0. I don't know how much I have. I hope I have some. But you know, with D&D, it's kind of up to the player to make it not that, right? And maybe you want to roleplay that. And okay, fair enough. Roleplay that. But it depends on the DM. But the older rule sets for D&D, that stuff was way more baked in. Like, if you just look at the older artwork for D&D, like D&D from the 80s, if you just look at that artwork, it's like, oh, this artwork is very anti-Semitic. It's like, oh, this is a problem, but it's also a product of its time, right? So is it necessarily the artwork that's at fault, or because since then they've changed the artwork so it's no longer that? It's more of a just be aware of what that thing is and what that thing represents, and then yeah, you're okay because it's history. It's fine. Shouldn't be erased or made to go away or anything. All right, more dwarves have returned. Explore Balance Bound. God, we went so far. We looted a bunch of books. But here's the thing, Hobo, as well. If the goblins are just like, they have the balls to come demand tribute, then what if they also then bring me tribute? The Torments of Stench. M. Slaxoxido, leader, Goblin Weaver. Like, dwarves hate all greenskins, and in the game is a total stance since you can see IRL equivalents. But the idea of RP in your new world, but yeah, with the artworks and stuff along. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, built-in racism is something that fantasy tropes play with a lot, right? And the other squad that went out to go demand more tribute. And if anything, it's kind of a, oh, see, they rejected. Pink Matched rejected my demand. They rejected it. It has a pet seal. I don't know. I would assume the Keeper of Seal is probably a religious group, wouldn't it be? Like the leader of a religious group? Master of Beasts, Keeper of the Seal. Yeah, it's probably a religious group, I would assume. Mm-hmm. And it's also an opportunity for learning, I think. Which is why it's like goblins aren't inherently evil in Dwarf Fortress, just like elves aren't inherently eco-terrorists. They might be raised in a society that makes them into that, but just because it's an elf doesn't mean they're going to come and kill you for chopping down trees. Where did that come from? Chalk mug, nickel spear. Yeah, we made that. Fungi wood muser, nickel low boot. These are all books that we've looted. Clear zircon earring, yep. Climax speaker, a steel crossbow. This one we got from something. Nako Devil Wash, the Disemboweler of Hail. The goblin killed a dwarf with it. What Hobo said. Yeah, that too. Yeah, no, D&D has... I guess... Ooh. That is where we have access to. Well, it's time to deal with a forgotten beast. The forgotten beast Adril has come. A great eyeless petrosaur. It has a short trunk and it belches and croaks. Its ash-gray scales are jagged and close set. Beware its deadly spittle. Sounds tasty. All of my squads are home, which is good. We're gonna need to turn on both those burrows because I can't actually remember which one's where. Turn off job cancellations and tell my squads to kill it. Although I shouldn't tell them to kill it. What I should tell them to do is go stand right here. Then we gotta follow the thing. God, it fucking flies. Right, because petrosaurs fly, of course. Hopefully we can get it on the ground. It's fighting with elk birds. Which is good. It's giving my dwarves a chance to escape. It's just, ooh. What's its extract doing? Strikes the left lower leg. Seems like it's searing spittle. To battle, dwarves. These dwarves need a round of beer, I think. Ooh. It is wrecking those elk birds. Granted, we can do the same thing to the elk birds. Alright, it's coming for my dwarves. And it begins. What's that? Giant earthworm. Apparently we already killed a giant earthworm. Alright, well it came down to our level, which was a big mistake. The wrestler hacks the forgotten beast in the right foot with a copper battle axe, tearing the scale. Good stuff. A wrestler bashes the forgotten beast in the head with his bronze warhammer, bruising the muscle, fracturing the skull. The force pulls the neck. The spear dwarf kicks the forgotten beast in the lower leg with her right foot, bruising the muscle. Force twists the upper leg. All right, so we've got it on the ground, which is good. It fired off an extract. You can see it flying through. It looks like all my dwarves dodged it. It's flying off there up to the right. There it goes. The ex-dwarf hacks the forgotten beast in the foot with an iron battle axe, tearing the scale. The wrestler scratches the forgotten beast. Let's see if I can give us some combat-y music. Let's move a couple more turns. Okay. The Petrosaur is now panicking. Yeah, I think we got it. Spear Dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her right foot, bruising the muscle. The wrestler hacks the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with a silver battle axe, tearing the scale. The wrestler slashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with a silver short sword, tearing the scale. The force twists the neck. The militia commander stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left lower leg with his named weapon, which is, I think, a nickel spear, bruising the muscle. Wrestler stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg with a silver spear, fracturing the bone. Tendon has been torn. Petrosaur is bleeding quite a bit. The dwarves are piling on top of it. Combat rages and continues. Haven't seen any extract flying out, which is the real dangerous bit, and I think it's dead. The elite wrestler stabs the Forgotten Beast in the head with a steel spear, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull, tearing the brain. An tendon in the skull has been torn. An elite wrestler. Magna, was that you? There you go. Magna got the kill. I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. Feels vengeful when joining in an existing conflict. Blissful, remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict, but didn't feel anything while in conflict. But was bored. Literally bored. What a dwarf. What a dwarf. And we can turn off the burrows. And let's put a butcher shop next to this. Get this cleaned up, shall we? Good fight, dwarves. The creature is dead. Oh, and Magna has bestowed the name Nakis Smuth upon a steel spear. Now, this might be worth looking at. What did you name that spear? This is a steel spear. On the item is a well-designed image of forgotten beasts in pigtail. It has killed 10 troglodytes in Giftvault, used by Magna. Ah! Okay, and he also used it to kill a cyclops. Cunning martyred. A steel spear. Evening, Zychrom. How are you? I hope that you are doing well. Oh shit, there's a giant cave spider. I really hope that you just leave. You fucking monster. Construct building. I think you're probably constructing the thing that I need you to be. Shoutouts to the dwarf cleaning up all of that Forgotten Beast's blood. Butcher a dead animal. If it's been drawn on a weapon. No, they're very much a remembered beast. Oh, of course, they butcher the worm corpse first. Let's butcher another animal after the worm corpse. Oh, that's unpleasant. I hope that that issue is sorted quickly. Is all I can really say to that, Cycron. All right. We currently have 662 meat. How much meat do you guys think this Petrosaur is going to have before this dwarf butchers it? We currently have 662. How much meat do you guys think this Petrosaur is going to have? 670? You think we're going to have 670 meat? You think it's going to have nothing? Really? $841 now. So we went from 662 to 841. Fun. A Metalsmith Guild has been established. Ooh, fancy. We're going to have to set that up, I think. I think that the Metalsmith Guild should go up here. Well, I'm glad it's something that you're at the very least used to, or something that's normal for you guys. That's still awful, though. Hope she feels better. How many years is this since the start? Good question. I want to 4 or 5? Not too many. Okay, so the Sienna Bronze Guild now has many members and requires a Metalsmith Guild, which I shall accept. So you got nothing else to do? Fair. Excuse me. Yeah, those, sweaters are a charity event that we did. And if you use the code WeLikePie, you'll get $3.14 off. I think I could also put together a code for free shipping in the US, but I don't know if you can stack them. They're holiday sweaters. And they're very comfy. Man, we're making so many nickel crafts. Good lord. I just need people to show up and trade with me. Alright, well, it's a good thing that we had military around for that Forgotten Beast, but time to go demand more tributes. Let's go demand some tributes from these humans. We're gonna go demand tribute from them. They're very far away. It's not gonna stop us. What, for this fort? I mean, we had a forgotten beast come crashing into the main area of the dwarven forts, and 2 dwarves got made into intelligent, brainless undead who just kind of live in my stairwell here, covered in blood, and occasionally will just murder little critters that come up from the basement. So they just kind of hang out there, and then occasionally just, oh Jesus, there's just, I should keep an eye on this, on this giant cave spider. And then we'll occasionally just, like, you know, insta-gib things that try and come up the stairway and into the fort. They're quite hilarious. Let's just chuck a cage trap right there. Maybe we can catch this giant cave spider. Come on. Very practical, yes. They're like sentient, semi-intelligent turrets. Okay. Oh no, was that a dwarf that you just chucked? The Weaver, Faith, screams, help, save me. Oh no, you're in the water now. Well, oh my god, you're climbing. Holy shit, dwarf. You must be very good at, wow. Whoa. You're doing fine. Fine. You say that, okay? I mean, like, more power to you, but like, holy shit, man. Where's that giant cave spider at? It's kind of heading back down, I think. Did you see that? It fucking threw that dwarf up into the air, into the water, and the dwarf climbed up the wall and out of the water. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Holy hell, man. Holy fucking hell. Something mangled? Yeah, indeed, though. I mean, the dwarf walked out of it. Jesus. Adrenaline's a hell of a drug, I'll put it that way. Does Dwarf Fortress track adrenaline? I don't think it does. Be neat if it did. There we go. So many dwarves smelting Garnerite ore. They killed your legendary miner. Oh no, do you know who it is? And if you don't know who it is and you want help or tips on how to figure out who it is, let me know. There's a vampire in Long Death right now, and I'm kind of looking forward / not looking forward to dealing with that. Because it's killed a bunch of dwarves that I was quite fond of. But we made that vampire. That vampire didn't immigrate. We know exactly who it is. So it's depicted as a red N instead of a just a dwarf, which is kind of neat. I mean, have you ever been hit by a flying baby? Like, the surprise alone. The shock alone would probably kill you. What are these baby bug bats? There's this baby... Look at this fucking family of bug bats down here. There's mama bug bat and all baby bug bat. That's adorable. There's just a family of bug bats there. How cute is that? Be a shame if I were to drop a boulder on them. Looks like the giant cave spider left. Good. These are all crafts waiting to be given. Given as gifts. They might be the best mace in the game. I guess it depends on what they're... It depends on what they're clothed with. Which might sound weird, but... Depends on what they're clothed with. Like, if they're wearing a lot of lead or heavy objects, I could see that. Corvinus, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Loki. And that crafts dwarf who died due to trying to create an artifact with materials I don't have finally died of dehydration. I feel kind of bad. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? That gifted sub. Enjoy those stupid skulls and ad-free viewing for 30 days. As well as the dwarf emotes and stuff. It's good to have you, Loki. Cheers. And thank you for gifting the sub. Sweet. I'm bringing us back up to 275 subscribers. Helping pay my bills. Read the Book of the Fort. The Book of the Fort. Wait, what? What are you? Oh, you're a guinea hen. Okay. Let's go back down to body parts. Dump all those. Let's go to corpses as well. And dump all those. And I think refuse is the other thing that I need. Yeah, remains. Are you talking about your second account, Hobo? By chance? The, Shokan Dis Dick account? Because I know you canceled the sub for that one. But, you could manually cancel your subscription to my channel, but then you could never get it back. Okay, yes, fair. I feel like we've had this conversation like 3 times about this account. Where, like, you were getting charged, and you're like, I was unaware that I was subscribed to a different tier and could be charged. What? How did I subscribe twice? And then you realized it was, like, I feel like we've had this discussion, like, 2 or 3 times now. Hobo has a second account that he subscribed to this channel, forgot was subscribed to this channel, then was surprised he was getting charged twice to be, or charged for a tier 1 subscription when he has a lifetime subscription, and was very confused. And like, I feel like we've had this discussion a couple of times. Still funny. Because Hobo mostly supports me on Patreon, which is the best way to support this channel. That being said, if you do see somebody who needs a subscription, like let's just say they hang out a lot, they're constantly watching, they know the chat culture, and they're not subscribed to the channel, gifting subscriptions helps too. But be deliberate with subs that you gift. Also, I think it's almost me lunchtime. Although I'm kind of glad that, like, Twitch has kind of moved past just gifting subs to famous people as a joke. You know? Like, people don't really just gift subs to... Like, there was a time when Ninja had, like, 4 or 5 month streak being subbed to my channel because people just kept gifting subs to Ninja for the lulz. And I'm kind of happy people have stopped doing that. It's just kind of silly, you know? Or like people just gifting subs to novelty accounts because that account has a funny name. Spring has arrived. Aren't we supposed to get tributes? I think we are. Maybe traders too. The celebs weren't talking about it enough? What do you mean? Also, I'm curious, has anybody played Mount and Blade Bannerlord recently? Because that thing's got some really neat looking updates coming, and I'm curious on how stable that game is right now. Maybe. I was just peeking at it the other day going, oh, looks like it's coming along. It looks like it's coming along. Because initially, like, I had bugs where I had quests infinitely looping, causing the game to crash. I had weird glitches in combat. I had weird issues with... Yeah, I played it for about 12 hours when it first launched. And then kind of went, I'm going to wait a little bit. I really like the old Mount and Blade games, though. You do not admit to playing it for 12 hours. Do you admit for playing it today? For a long period of time, though. A lot. Last month you played a lot? I have a question. Do you guys want to see late night and after hours streams of Mount and Blade? Just hypothetical while the game's saving. Just a question. Should I reinstall that 78 gigabytes or whatever the fuck that game is? Because I uninstalled it because that game's just that install's too fucking fat. Okay, like that install needs a diet. It's a problem. That game does not need to be that big. I do not understand why that game is so huge. That's how I feel about old Mount and Blade. I played old Mount and Blade an alarming amount. You just mentioned lunch, so you doubt there'd be after hours UTK time here. So after hours for me is like after 4 p.m. It's 1 p.m. here right now. If I switch games, that becomes after hours. Late night streams for me are like if I turn my stream on at like 1 o'clock in the morning. That's a late night stream for me. Late night streams have been a lot of Minesweeper recently. Although the after hours game I want to play today is a little puzzle game called Delete. I also need to play Wayward, which was gifted to me. Thank you again. There we go. Meeting, location, add, guild hall. I think it's just metalsmiths. There you go. The Aquamarine of Amethyst. We'll roll with that. That works. You think monitors are above the human eye notice levels things now theoretically we've hit the maximum optimum turns and graphical advancements? Sure, but there isn't detailed enough textures in Bannerlord for me to justify. Like, I have way more detailed and way bigger in terms of scale games that I've played that are very small. I really need a better schedule. Like, like a good graphic for a schedule, you know? Like right now I kind of don't have that. Like I have the Twitch schedule, but I don't like it all that much. I wish it was better. It kind of leaves something to be desired. Ooh, squads are back. There's some birds like right outside of my apartment. I can hear them chirping. Ah, yes. Another exploration of the Hill Nut. Hill Nut. Such a good name for a fucking fort. All right, chat. I'm getting a little jittery, which means I may be low. Might not be. I don't know. I feel weird. My blood sugar's been all over the place, and I have one very specific reason. Christmas dinner and leftovers from that is hard to carb count. So I'm going to go get me lunch. We stole a bunch more books, which is good. The Ghostly Dwarf. Hold on. The Fort Definitive Guide was looted by the Ghostly Dwarf. Apparently intelligent undead are listed as ghostly dwarves. Neat. Yeah, I'm going to go get me lunch. I will be back in a moment. You guys can watch the dwarves hang out in here and read and do the other things they're doing. Another leftover sandwich. Yeah, I'll probably be eating those for the next week. So I'm going to go get me a turkey and stuffing sandwich, and I will be back, hopefully, in a short period of time, because I need to do injections and stuff and all that other fun jazz. If you're just lurking and you're here for the first time, cheers. Can I get a big old round of beers? And as I should do more, if you subscribe to my Patreon for a whole year, you'll get 15% off. Starting on the 1st of January, 2021, that's going to go to 8% from 15. So for a whole year right now, it's 15% off instead of 8%. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Sorry, audio. Just going on break. I will be back in a moment. BRB. All right, I return. A little bit low, but I had the most Canadian medicine. Your timing is the worst or the best. Depends. What's the... Why do we jump up here? Oh, traders. Okay. So I was a little bit low. I see. An elven caravan has arrived. So the elves have come to trade with us because I've demanded enough tribute from them, which is good. But the most Canadian medicine in this instance... Wait, what? Huh? Did you go die? I think... Yeah, my militia captain went and died. Wait, what? Huh. This was an intelligent undead dwarf. No, because my blood sugar was a little bit low. And I fixed it with, or I'm fixing it with just giving myself a tablespoonful of maple syrup instead of juice, which is just as effective. No, I mean, I sent the squads out, but instead of an intelligent undead, that dwarf is now represented with a dwarf. And the ghost is still in the squad. I mean, it's like eating condensed sugar. It's good on things, but it's not great in a teaspoon. Too sweet for me, but I need it to not die. I've literally never had that happen before. It got better from undeath? I mean, can I command this dwarf around? This ghost around? Because that's wild. Yeah, I fucking can. The hell? It's just listed as undead. Yeah, literally, a war ghost. It's got stuff equipped. Like, it's got... Are these dwarves getting panicked by being haunted by the dead? I feel like this is a bug. But... like... Can it attack something? Let's tell it to attack something. Do I have a Yeti or something? A giant mountain goat. That'll do. Let's see what happens. Oh, it is fighting with it. Or trying to. It's like floating around being spooky. No, it can't attack. But I can command it to attack. I have a commandable ghost. I mean, all it can do is float around and go... But... So what happened was, I had an intelligent undead. Sent the intelligent undead out to go do warrior things in combat. Okay, well, now the other dwarf is fighting with it. Also, the other dwarf is dying? We should send in backup. Turns out giant mountain goats dangerous. Well, the dwarf died. So that happened. Also, apparently I'm out of nickel. which kind of sucks. Can I send it on raids? I mean, like to attack something? I mean, I could send it squads, so yeah, I would assume so. Are you saying I should go tell it to go attack the goblins? But anyway, it went out on a raid, and I guess it came back without its body. Is what happened. By the quality of variation of ghost it became? Oh, like, because sometimes ghosts can be more inherently evil than others? Okay, we've got more tribute coming. They don't know they're dead? No, the AI seems to be treating it as an intelligent undead. And it's part of my fortress, but it's not listed as part of my fortress. I think it literally, like, left its body on the raid. I think, like, if I had to bet, if I were a gambling man, which I kind of am sometimes, I would bet that it left its body on the raid. Somehow. I should eat my sandwich. That is wild. I've literally never had that happen before. So here's... Oh. I brought the box, but forgot to bring the sandwich. I'm tired. All right, now I actually have both halves of my sandwich instead of only half of a sandwich. Because I wanted the cheese in my sandwich to be melted, so I put it in the microwave, but didn't put both halves of the bread in the microwave with it, so I only had half of the sandwich. No, because it was a peaceful raid. I think it was this one. Yeah, here it just says the ghostly dwarf, because that threw me off. It's like, why is it describing the ghost as a dwarf? Before he went on this raid, it was an intelligent undead dwarf. Comes back from the raid as a ghost. I wonder, actually. Could this be what happened to Krugsmash when he sent out the messenger undead dwarf and it came back as a ghost? Could this be what happened to him in Scorch Fountain? It doesn't appear to be functional at all, Authority. Send the dwarf on a raid and engrave a slab for it while it's out. According to the wiki, it'll turn into a regular dwarf. All right, well, we need to do that, that's for sure. Hold on, let me finish my sandwich first. I'm just kind of eating right now. Well, this one's not working. Well, training. This is some dark fucking magic. All right. All right, I got plenty of slabs already, so that's not an issue. Let's send that dwarf squad out. Let's send you to Hillnut by yourself. Let's follow this undead ghostly militia captain who leaves with his sword. Flies, by the way. Jesus. All right, so you leave. Let's jump down to normal fortress levels. Go to the Craftsdwarf shop. Can I not engrave you? I don't see his name. The only flying creatures with functional pathing? I don't know if that's true. Yeah, I don't think I can make an engraving for this thing. Because it's not listed. Which means the game doesn't recognize it as dead. Because the dwarf wasn't born here. The dwarf immigrated here with as an already undead dwarf. Yeah, it could also be entirely intentional. I mean, Tarn doesn't exactly give us exact patch notes, so who the heck knows? This could be an intended behavior. Yeah, I don't have a body, so I can't memorialize it. Totally, Luffy. So I've learned two things today. First thing, pumpkin pie and oatmeal is delicious. The second thing I've learned today is you can have intelligent ghosts. Also, that's a rock. I'm really glad I only sent the one dwarf out, not the whole squads. I don't know what the heck pumpkin pie is, but I had pumpkin pie in my oatmeal this morning, and it was delicious. Literally made oatmeal, took a slice of pumpkin pie, mashed it into the oatmeal, and ate it, and it was delicious. Lump, what's up? It's good to see you. I had to squint to read that. I think that's your username? I'm mostly certain. It's red, and you have a snowflake. That's about all I can see. Plain oatmeal, yes. Well, it ceased to be plain once there was pumpkin pie in it. It was plain, then it had pumpkin pie put in it. The rock Zogset Yusopan Enol Mugak has come, a bird of prey, so large and ferocious it dwarfs many dragons. Beneath its mighty wings, all beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. Let's follow this gigantic bird of prey. Ah, Danny, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? How's your holidays been? I'm going to do it again tomorrow. That's how good it was. Phineas. All right. Well, it's picking up and throwing giant... Ooh! Ooh! Man, giant mountain goats. You guys are badass. Did it get any hits in? No, it didn't. They also have a lot of blood in them, which is very entertaining. What are you chasing? Another giant mountain goat. Okay. Pretty average holidays. Gotcha. Average is good in this instance, I would say. It's going to fly past my military, and hopefully they'll just be able to kill it. Once it's done chasing these giant mountain goats around in nonsensical fashions. Good but non-traditional holidays are gonna make, if anything, it'll make me appreciate Christmas more next year. I'm really curious to see if that dwarf comes back as a ghost or a zombie or what. I mean, Lump watches the stream a whole lot. All right, here it comes. So it can't fly up because it's in my fort. The fight begins. See dwarves dodging around it. Immediately, Ton takes a hit. The rock scratches the sacred curse in the throat. Ooh! Ah! And the loose part is ripped into shreds. A major artery has been opened by the attack. I think we're going to lose at least a dwarf here. Get some hits in, though. The sacred curse punches the rock in the lower left hand, with his lower left hand, bruising the muscle. The force bends the knee. Ah. But man. All right, the other dwarves pile onto the fight now. I'm seeing some vomit on the ground, probably from the dwarf who's bleeding everywhere. It's a giant bird of prey. Rocks they're sort of like dragons. They're one of the preset animals, and there's X number at World Gen. They can breed, and they are just it's like, imagine a hawk 3 times the size of a dragon, basically. Yeah, now imagine one that's like the size of a large bear. Redbeard. Okay, well, we won the fight. Unfortunately, we did lose that initial wrestler who got his throat slashed out, which is very unfortunate. Also, I just remembered that we should be trading with these elves. I got a little distracted, okay? So let's bring... Well, we should be giving them gifts, rather. But I would say that we did pretty good. Just gonna quickly chuck a butcher shop right there, make it out of ice. Turn off the burrows. Unforbid everything. Who actually got the kill, though? The sacred wealth stabs the rock in the head with Nagazabush Nakis Muzish, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull. The sacred wealth. Who's the Sacred Wealth? I've got a bunch of religious figures in the fort, which makes things difficult. Holy Servant, Holy Yell. Most of these dwarves have like titles like Holy Servant, Sacred Weevil. Like, I don't know where these dwarves are getting these titles, but they're getting them from somewhere. Holy Dust, Holy Spine, Sacred Wealth. Like, I don't know where they're getting these titles from, but yeah, you got it. How you feeling? Pretty good. Yeah, no, all of my military have these names. We had a necromancer for a bit, but the necromancer is now gone. Necromancer died, unfortunately. Let's try and give these elves some gifts. Still only counts as one. I mean, yeah, that literally does only count as one. Oh, hey, guess what, chat? Mission report. My ghost went off. And Stoltzu, like cat might help, was looted by the ghostly dwarf Inga's forest thumb. And is now back. So I have a ghost who's wearing clothing, wielding a weapon, can't fight, doesn't know that it's dead, isn't haunting my dwarves, and is training with my military. That can raid things. I am shocked and amused. Also, we're giving the elves gifts. Because it literally can't be wounded? I mean, do I want to go attack somebody with it? Who am I at war with? Let's find somebody I'm at war with. It's not really the point of this fort, but like, we'd be nuts to not go without this kind of science, right? We're allied with them. There's a goblin tower that we're at war with. I also kind of don't want him to go die, right? That would be unfortunate. A kobold monastery? Okay, well, I'm doing 2 science, right? I'm going to raid the kobold monastery, but I'm actually just going to demand that they bring me tribute, because I want the kobolds to bring me tribute. I don't think that's possible, again, but I want to see what the response is. They'll probably deny it. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. The second thing I'm going to do is we're going to go attack goblins up here. Dark Goblin Pits of Black Crazy. Perfect. Soiled Evil. Hate Dive. Hate Dive is my new post-hardcore metal project, so we're going to send the Symmetric Mirrors, a.k.a. the really spooky ghost who is going to go invade something. We'll see how this goes. Also, we are butchering that giant bird of prey. Oh, we're out of alcohol? That's a bad. We should fix that problem. Here's the thing. One of 2 things is going to happen. Or one of 3 things is going to happen with that raid. It's going to go fight, kill a bunch of goblins. We're going to laugh hysterically, and we're going to have a Terminator. That's the first thing that could happen. The second thing that could happen is you could go there, fight with a lot of people, and everybody escapes. You know, fights, but the latter escaped unscathed, like that line. That could happen. Very realistically could happen. Or the third... Oh, wait, what's that? Is that a gizzard stone? No, that's nervous tissue. Oh my god, that's a big gizzard stone. Anyway, the third thing that could happen is he goes and just dies, right? Also, Shad, one of my other undead dwarves, has finally like come to his senses, so we can put you back in the military. It takes a long time for undead to heal, if you didn't know. It's kind of sad, really. If they get injured, like, those injuries can be rough. Oh my god. So rocks have over 1,000 meat. We just went from 600 meat to 1,700 meat. That's a lot of meat in that bird. We're going to be eating that bird for a while. Truly a dwarven Christmas. Also, I wonder if undead dwarves will do what normal dwarves do, where they, like, take meals and store them in their bedroom. I wonder if undead dwarves will take meals and store them in their bedroom and just have, like, an endless pile of meals stacking up in their bedroom over time. I wonder. Yeah, the rocks do eat elephants. This is true. They definitely do eat elephants. Is that a... That's a Gorlak. Hello, Gorlak. Goodbye, Gorlak. Have a safe trip, Gorlak. Yeah, funky little critter that's mostly mouth. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. You'd think that Gorlaks would be cave adapted. I like Gorlaks. A small round humanoid, found wandering the caves deep underground. Most of his body is taken up by a huge tusked mouth. Her skin is goldenrod, and her eyes are red. I didn't realize they had red eyes. I guess some of them do. Read the fort book. I'm kind of amazed we haven't managed to get ourselves a Necronomicon yet. Kind of amazed. Actually, can I... Yeah. I wish there was more I could do with porcelain. No, not iron. Leather. How do I keep hitting C? They just immigrated here. They just came in with a migrant wave. There are ways to make your own necromancers, though. After cutting trees for the first time, you have some feisty elves over there. Although you won't actually get the notification that they're mad at you unless you have a Baroness. And then they'll come and tell you, you can only chop down 100 trees, which is like, you're never going to need that much wood. Unless you're building like a giant tower out of wood, you're never going to need that much wood. Authority denial is going to prison, unfortunately. Which is ironic, because of the name Authority Denial. Speaking of, here's another migrant wave. Pretty good little selection of dwarves, I see. A Boyer, you dream of creating great work of art, truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. I'm going to give you all of the doctoring jobs. How about you? Thresher, dreams of raising a family, polite, Observes the rules of decorum. Curious, you could learn. Thinks before acting. Assertive. Moved by art and natural beauty. Conflicted by this for more than one reason. Likes crowds, needs alcohol, joins the military. Perfect. How about you? I need to restock my military a little bit. I already looked at you. How about you? Dreams of mastering a skill. Incredibly calm demeanor. Isn't bothered by anything. Okay. Tempted to kill that diplomat. You do you. You play your dwarves the way your dwarves are. You can handle stress. Perfect. Join the military. I mean, I can just straight up explain how to get necromancers or how to get necromancers in your fort if you want. It's actually very easy. Like most things in DF. Actually very easy. Maybe a little bit complicated to figure out how to do it the first time. So if one person asks, please explain how to get necromancers in your fort, I can just tell you how to make your own necromancers. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents. Chooses lips when he's bored, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Cool. Can you go join the military? Thank you. Actually, no, not that squad. That squad has a ghost in it. That squad. You're also good for military. But yeah, what Sebastian said. So he literally just, every single necromancer tower will have necronomicons. Necronomicons are books or scrolls that have the words as the secrets of life and death in the description of it. So if you look at the book and examine it, it'll say it has the secrets of life and death. Every necromancer tower will have multiples. So if you would like to have necromancers in your fort, build up a squad, tell them to go raid necromancer tower and build a library. And the dwarves will put the book in the library, the dwarves will read the book and become necromancers. It's that easy. There is another way to do it, which is way more convoluted and complicated. But yes. Also, then once you have necromancers in your fort, if they happen to be really good at writing books and you're writing a lot of books, they might just write another Necronomicon for you, which is very kind of them. They're sharing their knowledge with everybody else. Furnace operator, an architect, dream of creating a great work of art, humble. Making another squad. Gonna need them. No, you can't make Necromancer guild halls, because Necromancy isn't a skill, it's a race, technically. Or it's like a creature state or something. Quite the migrant wave. Cool. Because I've been giving stuff to the mountain homes. They're going to ask us if we would like to be a barony soon. There is also the very real possibility that our ghost just never comes back, which would be a huge bummer. Oh. The domination of crypts requires a temple and a priest. Speaking of, did I ever actually make that? Okay, just barely. My Metalsmith Guild Hall is valuable enough. We are okay. I need another temple. These two buildings down here are my temples, so I guess I should make another one. Yeah, I guess one of the better things about Dwarf Fortress is that it always surprises you with weird shit like that, but at the end of the day, it's like sometimes it then also, as quickly as it surprises you with something that you've never seen before, it disappoints you with the thing being like underdeveloped, unintended, and broken. Dwarf Fortress. Always surprising, always disappointing. I'm just curious, like, and this is why I'm curious to see the Steam versions. Like, I wonder how much of this stuff's going to be taken into account and how much of it'll just look weird because, oh, there isn't a sprite for that. And I'm really curious to see, like, what they end up doing with, like, not debug creature, but, oh, we don't have a sprite for this possibility, so it just ends up looking weird. It's going to be interesting, I think. 'Tis going to be interesting. Grow where you want your buildings meticulously, then remove the ones you need, build your buildings, and pave the ground so they don't come back. You only need to chop them down once. Steam reviews that will cause? I think the Steam reviews are going to be overwhelmingly positive, actually. Really? You expect a mostly positive rating? I expect it to be overwhelmingly positive, but I have a feeling it's because it's going to get the opposite of review bond. Okay. Demand tribute. This was from a little while ago. This is not the ghost that we sent off by himself, by the way. But these are the people that we sent off right before we sent out the ghost. Oh, okay. So these guys weren't too happy. Oh, wait, did I accidentally invade them instead of demanding tribute? Looks like it. Whoops. Not what I intended to do, but They all came back, so that's what matters. You really hate that asshole? I mean, maybe you need to look inwards and figure out if that elf is the criminal or if you're the criminal. Did you settle on their land? Are you in their space? They're just simply asking you to cut down less trees. Is that really yelling at you? Or did they make a perfectly reasonable demand that you are now overinflating as something that's unreasonable and a horrible demand? Also, if you don't want to chill in your tavern, don't allow guests in your tavern. He's a guest in your fortress, just like any other elf that comes by. Think about it. It's very likely that you are the criminal here, not the other way around. You can evict a guest. I think you can tell them to leave. But you can also just, like, set your tavern to not allow guests. I just generally do that. So I don't have to worry about issues with, like, guests stealing my shit. But if you just hit L, select the room, all visitors welcome. You just press R and you can change all these, which means I'm actually going to change all of my guild halls to citizens and long-term residents only so that they can go trade. I just think this is kind of hilarious because we had a I had a rant earlier about how I try and stamp out these kinds of discussions because it's like, oh, it's just inherent racism against elves. Maybe be a little bit more open-minded. Who's really the bad guy here? Yeah, they might be eco-terrorists, but like, look at this from their point of view. They're genuinely friends with the trees, and you're stabbing them to pieces and building houses out. Like, that's horrible, man. But if you have a baron in your fort, pizza, and elves can then send ambassadors, which basically say, hey, please chop down less trees if you're chopping down a lot of trees. And then they give you a number of trees that you can chop down in the next year, and it's a ton. It's like 150, which you'd have to like clear cut the map multiple times on a heavily forested map to actually chop down. It's the trees. So you're racist against trees then. Got it. Yeah, what did the Ents ever do to you? The Ents are peaceful folk. But yeah, so if you have a baron in your fort, the NPCs can send diplomats to tell you to not do certain things. Still just sounds like the problem that we were talking about earlier, but I'll stop hounding you about this now. It's fine. Go murder all of those elves. Show them who's boss. Kill the diplomat in your fort. Kill those damn wood-wielding wimps. Have a bunch of bodies on your map and wonder why your frame rate's dropping. I mean, play Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, no, I when it comes to the Steam version of DF, I very much expect this game to kind of have a weirdly positive rating. But I think the reason for that is more just going to be the entirety of the DF community just buying it all at once and spamming it with positive reviews. So I don't know. I mean, I will be shocked if it's lower than an 85% positive rating. And I think that there's a lot of people who are going to pick the game up and realize that it's still going to be an obtuse hard game to learn, but kind of be ready for that. An obtuse hard game to learn with the added benefit of it's less difficult because it has graphics and clickable UI, but we'll still be expecting a hard game to learn, and we'll jump into it and realize that it's actually very simple and be like, huh. There's a lot of random religions in this fort. Cult of Dashing. Subordinate Coven, which we already have. The Order of Soil. Is it that one? No, it's a denomination of crypts. So this is to the god of death. They're redoing all of the UX for the Steam version and the classic version, and they're also, the Steam version is going to have a built-in tile set and soundtrack. The heck? Oh, never mind. That was not what I thought it was. So we need to recognize a priest for you. The Holy Dust. Let's recognize the one that's named Icarus. I mean, does this look like the Matrix to you? God, I'm getting so tired of that meme. Full length soundtrack is what I said, Hayes, not the 2 minutes of audio on loop that it currently has. Bugbat has given birth to more Bugbat pups. How adorable. I have no idea. I mean, it's not like it's hard to get the OG soundtrack. ASCII. Yes, but... Okay. I have a lot of problems with the way the community talks about Dwarf Fortress. Matrix view means it sounds incomprehensible. It's not. It's ASCII. ASCII is perfectly comprehensible. It's just a matter of staring at it for a little bit and actually like trying to learn it. Literally every single thing that the DF community does when they're talking about DF is they scare people away by the way they talk about it. It has ASCII graphics, yes, but you can also just, like Minecraft, download one of the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of tile sets and just have graphics already. You can just go install DF hack and click a few buttons and you'll have mouse support. It's not crazy. I don't like the Matrix reference because it scares people off. My whole goal about streaming DF, and one of the reasons I stream DF is I want people to feel like this game's approachable and learnable, but when half my chat's just shouting, "It's a fucking incomprehensible nightmare!" It's just like, come on, I like Matrix as much as the rest of you guys, but like, can we work together on this? That's maybe not good. Hayes, that's maybe not good. Wait, you played DF with the music on? Holy shit, dude. Facebook doesn't have games anymore, though. It hasn't for a really long time. You're not helping, Authority. I didn't know The Matrix was that complex of a movie. Also, my ghost ain't back yet. But my game just crashed. I blame the ghost. It's okay, it literally just saved. We'll see if we get another crash. No, you're allowed to like the guitar, but like it's 2 minutes of audio. Come on. It's really good guitar playing. It's just there's only 2 minutes of it. How do you not remember ASCII? What the hell? What faction is that? This is a tribute from a goblin civilization, but it's 2 human merchants, I think. No. It's actually a fucking goblin merchant. I'll check in a second. But look at this. Yeah. The annual tribute from Nako Asonum has come, and the annual tribute from Risonda has come. Atu is a Dwarf Fortress word. This is a fucking goblin merchant bringing us tribute. Holy hell. That is wild, man. Yeah, we are at peace with goblins. We're at war with the ardent monsters. We're actually at peace with, yeah, one goblin civ. We're at peace with. We're at war with the ardent monsters, which is another goblin civ. Damn. Fly, you fools. Definitely. That is wild, man. Holy shit. So the humans brought us all this. What did the Storments of Tench bring us? They brought us a green glass Nagundub, and a nickel bar. Also, we didn't make it to peace with that Cobalt Civ, which makes me kind of sad. Yeah, it seems that way. Yeah, a whole nickel bar. I got honeybee venom. Cool. It's still just crazy to me. It's a bong that you make when you're a glass blower who's already high. I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily agree with that. Also, I see what you did, Phineas. Why didn't you just yell at me in chat? Cheers. I don't know if he's still lurking, but... The horse is owned by a merchant, so also listed as merchants. It's listed under the faction that they are a part of, and in this instance, merchants. Also, something small that I just noticed. I just got an email because I support Krug Smash on Patreon. That Krug Smash became a patron of Waylon, who's the developer of Odd Realm. Apparently, Odd Realm now has a Patreon. Which I'm totally going to support in a second. Good to know. I'm going to post this up on the Discord in the Odd Realm room. It's a game I need to go back to. Big lag. Odd Realm is legit, yeah. It's also right there. No, I mean it's a game that is getting more development, right? You know, like it's certainly not a replacement for Dwarf Fortress in any way. It doesn't even compete, but that's not the point. It's like a really interesting game. Oh, hey. There is a necromancer that just wandered in. Hello, visitor. Please, did I like open a room up for visitors, which I didn't do intentionally? Oh, I see. New temple is all visitors are welcome. Friendly necromancer, yeah. Necromancers are just normal-ass people with weird hobbies. Necromancers are not inherently evil. Just like anything else. They just have weird hobbies and don't like dying. Relatable. I have a weird hobby, multiple weird hobbies, and I don't like dying. Dying sucks. Also, human caravan has arrived to trade. Which is good. Which means I can give them gifts. A lot of healing spells are necromancy? Sure, I believe that. Or would be considered a form of necromancy. Also, chat. I have unfortunate news. Our ghost is gone. The gift giving's going pretty good. Yeah, it's good. It's going well. Aw, a bunch of bards are visiting. See, this is what I get for accidentally opening up my fortress to visitors for a second, is we get... Oh, what are you? We've got an old person visiting. This world has some neat people. An old person. Neat. Pour one out for our spooky friend, yeah. I wonder if it was the ghost that caused the game to crash. Been kind of wondering about that for a little bit, ever since the game crashed. Because I'd certainly consider that as a possibility. In the book that they looted for us? Yep. Forever remembered and archived. And the fact that they looted us a book. What a good little ghost. This is us giving gifts to humans. As they bring all these crafts over. Oh no, a dwarf is having a tantrum. I guess the moral of the story here is be very careful about who you send out on raids. Now you can just interrogate people, yeah. Although, there are very easy ways to find vampires if you know what you're looking for, so. I'm sorry, what? Why was my metalsmith found dead? Oh, you committed a crime. Ah, yes, of course. My bad. Commit crimes and you gotta do your time. And in this case, it's do your time dead. All Let's just buy those books off of them. And then just take everything from over here and offer it to them as gifts. And they will see that their leader gets this offering. Send in the Necro? The Necro's not mine, though. I don't have a Necromancer. So I can't do that. I had one. He died a while ago. So because I don't have any Necromancers in the fort right now, I can't actually send in the Necro. Also, even if I did have Necromancers in the fort, I'd need a way of startling him. And because we don't have any prisoners or anything that I could use to scare him currently, I don't have any spooky or big scary animals. I would have no way of sending in the Necromancer to res that person, unfortunately. Even if I did have a Necromancer, I wouldn't be able to do it. Because you need something to scare it. The best way to do that is to have, like, something that can cause combat to start. So, like, a giant cave spider, or a forgotten beast, or an invader that you've got in a cage to startle them. But I don't have that either. Because we haven't actually been invaded yet. We probably will get invaded pretty soon, but... It's not as easy as just sending the Necromancer and they res it. There's quite a few things you have to do kind of first. All right, you're hopping to bed? Gotcha. You have a good night. Let's go mine some more ore. Designate all, automate, there we go. Can't do crime if dead, indeed. I mean, we have plenty of coffins, so they won't do loitering. Oh boy. Huh. It's a snowman. The Forgotten Beast, Zospel, has come, an enormous humanoid composed of ice. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous sting. I don't know if I should be afraid of this one. Kind of not. So I'm just going to tell my dwarves to go fight it. Moving. Although I am very excited for the modular beasts and generated critters. Oh, come on, game. Not exactly the best timing on that. We're watching a fight. Alright, they're just beating on it. And it vanished. I wasn't too scared of that one. Yeah, it looks like they just kind of... misses the first stability. Does he even hit it? The Forgotten Beast punched a recruit. Okay. Bruising the muscle and shattering the lower spine's bone. Ooh. All right, so someone got punched pretty bad and it shattered their lower spine. Aside from that, it seems like he just missed it while they just kind of beat on it. He grabbed one of them once, but yeah, they just kind of beat on it. Damn, good shot. Good job, dwarves. Where was that strange mood? There you are. You're a weaver. Clothers? There you go. I've never seen it, but I'm assuming they probably could. Yeah, I mean, the odds, it's one of those, like, never tell me the odds things where it's like, yeah, the odds on it are really low, but probably could happen, in theory. All right, so you need something that you don't have access to. Bones. Lots of bones. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of bones. All right, let's butcher some animals. A boar, a pig. Sure, those will both do it, I think. Let's make everybody new silk clothing. It's going to take a little while, but... I haven't made clothing all day today, and we're going to need that. This is another reason why a lot of dwarves go insane. It's because a lot of people don't make their dwarves clothing. Like, I was watching a stream the other day, and the person playing knew what they were doing, was doing quite well, and were having a lot of problems with dwarves tantruming. Well, the reason the dwarves were tantruming is because half of them were going nuts because they had no clothing on at all. All their clothing had rotted entirely off their body. So none of them had clothing. So they're all super mad because they're just like running around naked, just like, save me. Dwarves aren't nudists? I don't know if that's a serious question or not. What would the opposite of a nudist be? Like, instead of like likes running around naked, is likes running around with the most clothing possible. Because whatever that is, that's what dwarves are. They are the polar opposite of whatever a nudist is. Barkus. Uh-oh. Dwarf ended a man. Uh-oh. Ooh. Staldemura was being seen stolen. Who stole it, though? Cyril Abenlubad. The Thresher stole it. Who the heck is that? I was expecting that to be a guest, but... Chain the criminal, okay. Maybe it was one of my dwarves stealing it on behalf of somebody? This might end badly. Depending on who this person is. Oh, is it one of my dwarves? Did you still have it in your inventory? This clothist or textile? Huh. So yeah, dwarves are clothists. There you go. An Eskimo. There's a, I mean, hold on. Let me find a dwarf. There's plenty, but let's find a good one. What are you wearing? 2 socks. You've got stitches. You're wearing a leather tunic, a silk coat, a cloak over top of the coat, glove, bracelet, a mitten, a glove, another mitten, 2 silk shoes, a hemp skirt, a pigtail cap, a hood underneath, over top of that cap probably, and a nickel ring on their thumb. Victorians. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options. Seeing a dwarf hunting in the middle of all this. Hunting elk birds. All right. Did you actually get any bones? Do you have just sheep's wool cloth? I mean, that's elk bird bone that you're about to get. Is there anything else you want? Cloth thread? Stop auto-looming for a moment. Let's try making some pigtail cloth. Already traded with the merchants, but so far today's been a big success. We've been doing well, giving away all of our crafts to everybody. So I don't really know what else we could really do with this fort. Like I'm kind of planning on doing another day of it tomorrow. I just don't know what to do with this fort from here. I was originally kind of thinking, oh, you know, we could pump lava up from the basin, but I don't have the right magma save. Like, I don't even have fucking glass. I don't have anywhere near enough materials to be able to actually feasibly do that. Without, like, duping iron or something silly. Which isn't something I particularly want to do. But, like, we've managed to do a lot of really cool things in this fort already today. Like, we had that ghost for a little bit. We've got the goblins giving us tribute. Both of those are fucking wild. Nice endgame goal would be to make a river of magma that shows up on the map. I don't know how I would get the magma to the surface. I don't have any magma safe materials. Like, clearly you're not listening to me, so that's fine. but unless I had magma safe materials, I don't have any method of doing that. So unless you have a source of cheap, easy magma safe materials that I can get within reason on this map without cheating, I don't see how that's possible. All right, do you have any idea how long it's going to take me to import enough iron? I mean, I'm importing iron, I'm importing steel, but I mean, I like I said, within reason, it's going to take me a long time to get enough iron to do that. Multiple forts at the same time? No. Separately in the same world? Yes. But you have to retire them and let the AI take over. Am I importing ore? Yes. Ore and bars and anvils, and I'm melting them down. I'm also buying trap components and was melting them down earlier. I actually have a bunch of anvils I need to melt down, but it's going to take me forever to get enough iron to be able to do that. So I'm not pumping any magma up to the surface. Also, there's the fact that the top half of my fort is made of ice. I don't feel like melting my own fort. Also, we did that in the Halloween fort, so eh. Zinc isn't magma safe, though. The Company of Steel. A stoneworkers guild. It seems a little redundant that you call the stoneworkers guild. It's more like clans. Countries are a bit too advanced, so it's much more of they're like clans, not like countries. Think like early Europe, like before any countries were formed and it was just warring clans. It's like that. But there are separate governments, so I guess technically you could call them countries, but they're more like clans. They're not quite big enough populations to be like full-on countries. City-states, sure, yeah. Impossible goals are the best time? Sure, if you have unlimited time. This is a holiday fortress that I was planning on being done with by Christmas. So I'm already over time, technically. I got to go back to my long fort that does have impossible goals, which is keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years. That's the fort I need to go back to. I need to get back onto that so I finish it before the Steam version comes out, which means I have like a year, so I should get to it. Hi, Matt. How are you? What's up? Am I really out of leather? Neat. Used up all my leather. About 90 minutes if you're running at good frame rate. Is a DF here? About that? Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, depending on how often you're pausing. I'm about 300 hours into that fort, maybe a bit more. And I've been playing it for about 4 months. And we're about 10% done. If you retired a successful fort and played another fort for, say, a long period of time, and then you were to reclaim the successful fort, would the AI have changed in the time in between the reclaiming period? The layout will change, the location of items will change, the dwarves living there will change, the fortress could get conquered. They could dig too deeply and too greedily. There's lots of things they could do while you're gone. Yeah. It's also obnoxious to have to, like, fix all of the layout that they ruined. So I don't generally do it. I'm all right, Matt. Life's just a constant battle, me versus my brain. Cancels eat. Reason is dismayed. What are you dismayed by? Dismayed reliving. Oh, you saw a troglodyte's dead body. Only if you're using DF hack, and as somebody who doesn't use DF hack, I will not give you statements based on what you can do in DF hack because I consider most things in DF hack to be cheating. Have any interesting stories about retired forts becoming weird? I retired a fort once and then later found that the one of the tantrumy dwarves in that fort had become the king of the faction. I don't know if I have many stories about that sort of stuff specifically because I don't really reclaim forts. Well, I visited one of my old forts in adventure mode relatively recently, and it had a forgotten beast on the surface that was murdering everybody, and the gates were closed and half the dwarves were outside, which was funky. Yeah, that's about it. I'm having a hard time thinking about stuff. Sure. But they're not in vanilla, so they're irrelevant. Sebastian. I have very unpopular opinions on this, though. And I'm aware of that. I really hate it when people say, this is a mod that should be in the base game. It's like, did you make the base game? Do you have the right to say that? I just get really annoyed when I see people stating that Dwarf Fortress hack is mandatory. It's very much not. It's part of the reason the game seems so overwhelming to people is because they think they need 4 different pieces of external software to run the fucking video game, which is not even remotely true. Sure, but that's not what Sebastian just said. You can reword it that way, wind, but it's not what Sebastian just said. I'm going off of what Sebastian said, which is it should be in vanilla, which it's not. But like I said, I have very unpopular opinions on this. And I irritate a lot of people with this. So I should shut up before I annoy people. Increasing the difficulty curve, increasing the amount of UX you need to learn, making the UI worse, so you don't actually learn the in-game UI because you're using external plugins, tabbing in and out, makes the game crash more. I don't disagree with that. But that's not the only thing DF hack does. If all DF hack did was give you the ability to heal animals, I would use it. Wind, fair. 'Tis definitely a more polite way of saying that. It's just, it irks me that people would go out of their way to make a tough to learn UX harder to learn by adding 3 more windows to it. And make a very stable game unstable by live RAM editing it. It's like, sure, it's got plenty of convenient features, but the inconveniences just aren't worth it. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Ah, Dwarf went insane. I'm not actually sure what this dwarf wanted. Well, at least you're beating up a pig. Ooh, ooh. It was quite the fight. It was just the one dwarf that died? Nah. Mason was found dead. That's unfortunate. Wait, what? Actually, why did you die? Who killed the Mason? Actually, I have no idea why the Mason went dead. Oh, did you just tantrum independently? Good evening, Gopher. Yeah, you just tantrumed independently. Awkward. Wait, what? Oh, no, never mind. Got another death. Peter died. Probably of blood loss, I'd assume. Now it's just a matter of making sure dwarves aren't still fighting. But how are you doing today, Gopher? How's things, man? Also, I think I know what we could do. That could be fun. What's right here? That. We could drop a magma piston into the lava. Mostly. Three hours after going to bed. Ooh. That's rough. No, I can't. Well, not in a way that would be effective, at least not right there. What is right there? Yes, we can totally drop a magma piston into the lava. That can be our project for tomorrow. Because that goes up through there, perfect. All the way up to there. I don't think it would actually pump any lava up here, but we could do some fun shenanigans with a hole down to lava from the surface. Yeah, that could be fun. So that can be our project for tomorrow. We can drop a bunch of ice into lava and see if we can seal it off. That could be fun. A bunch of big boulders. I mean, that's usually when I'd stream late at night, Goffer, is when I go to bed and I wake up in like 3 hours for whatever reason. Uh-oh, game's saving. Let's let it save. But I haven't said thanks enough today, so chat room, thank you very much to everybody who's, you know, taking the time to tune in and watch the stream, hang out. Cheers. You'll power through? Are you gonna try and go back to bed, or? Well, I mean, I'm not finishing up. I might be done with DF for the day, though. It's just a matter of what I play next. Hey, Pero. Thanks for lurking today. Keep poking that crypt wave. Yeah, no, I'm getting a little tired. I'm starting to run out of ideas for this fort, so I think we'll call it on DF for today once the game is done saving. And we should play something else for a little bit. It's been a while since I swapped games. There's a couple puzzle games I kind of want to play. I don't really want to do anything with... It's funny because I say, like, I don't want to do things with too much thinking. It's like, I kind of be down with playing a puzzle game, but kind of don't want to play any harder roguelikes. Just kind of, like, looking at what I have installed. Game's done saving. Yeah, so I think that's it for DF for today. If you want to watch more DF, there are other people playing DF. Go watch Userune or one of the other channels currently streaming DF. I'm done with DF for the day. We're going to switch to After Hours, which means I'm going to play something else. It's kind of a matter of what I want to play, though. So, get to think about it for a minute. Let me pause that. What do I feel like playing? Kind of want to just play more Brigador. You picked up Slay the Spire? Can't get into card games, man. Interesting.